Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning on your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast, our Weather Authority team is tracking your next weather maker. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor and Towson on your right as we are tracking when the next system will roll through with our Weather Authority HD radar, which is on your left. Well, thanks so much for waking up with us. It is Thursday, December 7th. It is also National Pearl Harbor Day Remembrance, and it's also the first day of Hanukkah. So a lot going on this morning. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast. It's another chilly morning, Justin, but some rain rolling in for the weekend. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the rain, but the warmer temperatures before that rain rolls in. Hanukkah, of course, starts tonight, and that's what we're looking at for that day today. And looking outside right now, we have our downtown Baltimore camera. We do have a mix of clouds out there and some clearing skies, so our temperatures have been allowed to drop. So those numbers here are in the 30s, in fact, upper 20s in Cockeysville right now, over to Bel Air and Joppatown, 32 in Baltimore, 30 your temp in Brooklyn Park right now. Weather story, chilly Thursday morning, mix of clouds and sun for the day today, and then we are tracking a warmer weekend right around the corner. So on your morning drive, numbers are going to stay in the 30s for the next couple of hours. We'll stay mainly clear. We do have some more clouds rolling in, and we are tracking that weak little system to the north of us. It could bring a few flakes flying again this morning for at least some of us. We'll take a closer look at that coming up. Great. We'll keep an eye out for that. Thanks, Justin. Well, this morning we are continuing our coverage on the gun violence being felt across the country, from right here in Baltimore Washington, D.C. surveyed 800 likely voters in the Democratic primary for Baltimore mayor. Initially, it showed Dixon polling at 39% and Brandon Scott with 31%. But after those surveyed heard profiles of each candidate and statements on Scott's time in office, the poll showed Dixon with a 14-point lead. Yesterday, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott about those numbers.
I've never been a person that believed in polls. There's only one poll that matters, and that's Election Day. If we follow polls, right, the last time we had this election, I was polling at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%. And what happened on Election Day. And also, what I would also say that polls that are given and done by people who have an agenda are always going to show what they wanted to show.
Now, we also brought the numbers to Sheila Dixon as well, and she says the poll indicates how people are feeling and what they're thinking.
I'm encouraged by the numbers and the support I'm receiving daily, only showing that our message of criminal accountability, safer neighborhoods, better schools, cleaner communities. I think polls give you a sense of where people's minds are and what they're thinking. And that's always important because you want to be able to be responsive to what people think and what they're feeling. And people don't feel safe. People don't see the accountability in city government that they need to see. People want to be able to have good schools in their neighborhoods and their children to be safe and going to schools. And so all of those are factors that when you are in public office, you have to listen to these issues. And then you have to come up with a plan and react and have the kind of leadership that's going to execute a way to resolve so many of these things that are happening.
Some good news for student loan borrowers, how President Biden is helping out more than 80,000 Americans this holiday season. We are starting off our day cold, and we'll see chilly temperatures this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the potential for a weekend warm-up. It's 4:38. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local all morning.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. We like to call it Friday Eve around here as we're getting closer and closer to more of the holidays coming our way. Looking at our Towson cam right now, it is definitely chilly when you step out this hour. You want to make sure to grab a jacket before you head out and have the sunglasses too, because we will see a little bit more sunshine as we get later into the afternoon. No need for the umbrella today, but there is going to be a day coming up in the next few where we will need that rain gear. But out for a run or a jog here this morning, temps near or even below freezing, so make sure to layer up.
All right, thanks, Justin. In your consumer news, President Joe Biden's administration is bringing more debt relief for many student loan borrowers. The administration says it is adding an additional $4.8 billion of student debt relief for more than 80,000 consumers. The new funding brings the total debt cancellation to almost $132 billion for more than 3.6 million Americans. The Secretary of Education says the administration is fixing the, quote, broken student loan system and will continue to provide more relief for borrowers. Four Republican candidates battle it out on the debate stage for the final time. We break down their last-minute efforts to sway voters before next month's Iowa caucus.
We continue to learn more about those pediatric lung cases on the rise. I'm Liz Bonis. What is white lung syndrome? We'll explain just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, Senator Marsha Blackburn grilling FBI Director Christopher Wray over Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs. She joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Right now, it's 4:43, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Now to a health watch for your morning. Infectious disease specialists say many of the nation's pneumonia cases appear to be linked to an uncommon but treatable cause if diagnosed properly. Medical reporter Liz Bonis shares how to protect against it.
Hey there, everybody. As the number of pediatric cases of pneumonia continue to grow in several states as well as around the world, many are referring to these cases as part of what's called white lung pneumonia or white lung syndrome. It's called that because the X-ray image with this kind of pneumonia looks white. Infectious disease specialist Dr. Stephen Blatt of Ohio's Tri-Health told me it looks white because...
Well, it's actually fluid. So when your body is fighting a pneumonia, it puts a lot of fluid in the lungs with white blood cells that can fight the infection.
Dr. Blatt says it's linked to this latest childhood pneumonia outbreak because it's being driven by a particular organism called a mycoplasma.
This mycoplasma is actually an unusual bacteria that can cause both an upper respiratory syndrome, kind of like a virus, and then it can go down in the lungs and cause actual pneumonia itself.
This mycoplasma also known to quickly spread through classrooms and locker rooms. He says when kids are in close contact. While it's not new or novel, Dr. Blatt says,
this white lung affects both lungs fairly diffusely, which is not common.
Proper diagnosis is needed for the right antibiotics to treat it. Couple of early warning signs: cough, fever, sweating, shaking, chills, shortness of breath, rapid or shallow breathing, even a stabbing pain in the chest, as well as low energy, nausea and vomiting in small children especially, and confusion in older adults. If any of these get worse instead of better, call your doctor. With your health news, I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus reporting.
Thank you, Liz. Well, take a look at this. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launches early this morning from Cape Canaveral, Florida. Wow, look at it go. SpaceX said on X that the rocket is carrying 23 satellites for the company's Starlink internet access system. Plus, all the satellites were successfully deployed. The rocket's first stage made a clean landing on the company's drone ship, which is named Just Read the Instructions. You know, I feel like that's a name that I could see our meteorologist Justin Chambers coming up with. Just read the instructions.
Why? Because I'm so witty? Is that why?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I can see
take it
that.
as a compliment.
All right, cool. Yeah. Well, Mr. Blue Sky is a song by Electric Light Orchestra, ELO. I heard it yesterday as it got sunnier, and I was so excited because it was like, yeah, Mr. Blue Sky, where you been? So today, as we get into the morning, we have got some clouds hanging around right now, but we should see more of that blue sky for the afternoon. It's cold. In fact, it's colder this morning than it was yesterday at this time. This is our downtown Baltimore camera, Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, seeing some of those clouds out there. Officially right at the freezing mark at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and no wind to speak of at this time. We definitely had that wind that was around yesterday, making those wind chills in the 30s, and we had the flakes that were flying around. Well, here's where the snow is right now, to the east of Pittsburgh, but notice the track that it's taking. It's going from the north down to the south, from the northwest to the southeast. That's the track that's going to be moving through. So as we get later into the morning, parts of the area could see this try to kind of move into the area. I'm talking about Hartford and Cecil County, 9, 10 o'clock this morning. Kind of similar to what we saw yesterday, right there on the 95 corridor as it goes up and crosses into Delaware. This is going to be a brief shower at best. And then notice by about 2 o'clock this afternoon, we've got the cloud cover, but the red arrows indicating that southerly wind, and that is an indication of the warmer temperatures, and should clear out nicely right around sunset tonight. And then we're going to be in for another cold night, but we actually have some warmer temperatures for tomorrow. Temps stay in the 30s for the next few hours on your Rise and Shinecast. Sun up at 7:12, to bed tonight at 4:44. And here's a look at your MetroCast day planner. We'll keep some of the clouds around for the first half of the day. Numbers in the 30s through 8 a.m. And then we'll get to those mid-40s by about noontime. Mid to upper 40s is where we'll end up for the afternoon. In fact, some of us may slide into the lower 50s a little bit later today. So check in your high temperatures across central Maryland, Eastern Shore, Chestertown down through Stevensville and Easton in the mid to upper 40s. 45 for you in Annapolis and Columbia. Checking our temperature tracker, numbers are actually going up as we get into Friday and Saturday. So we'll actually see some warmer conditions for the weekend and potentially even some lower 60s by Sunday. Now, here's that future scan, the larger picture. That system moves out of here tomorrow. Plenty of sunshine. Should be a real nice afternoon, and Saturday's looking pretty good, too. No precipitation to talk about, at least here at home. Now, Sunday, we're going to see that next weather maker come in. And by Sunday morning, we get in cloud cover, a couple of showers as you're tailgating for the Ravens game. And then by Sunday afternoon into the evening time, that's when we'll see those rain showers. Heaviest rain looks to come now Sunday night. But either way, you want to have your rain gear for the Ravens as they are back home at M&T Bank Stadium. And if you're not going to the game, well, you know where you can watch it right here on Fox 45. Shannon?
All right, thanks, Justin. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We're just taking a live look at your cameras around the region, and looks like everyone's moving smoothly out there. For a check on mass transit, here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Shannon. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for the start. Light rail right on time from end to end. And out there on Metro Subway, you'll find on-time service in both directions for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington. Coming up, here Jewish students share the experiences with anti-Semitism on college campuses.
And a member of the Maryland Hate Crime Commission is reinstated following a controversial social media post. Why the Attorney General's office believes she shouldn't have been suspended in the first place. It's 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local all morning. Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is reinstating Zainab Chowdhury to the state's Hate Crimes Commission. Chowdhury is the director of Maryland's Council on American Islamic Relations. She was suspended from the commission last month following a series of controversial social media posts, including one comparing Israeli supporters to Nazis. A statement from the Attorney General's office here clarifies he does not have the power to remove or suspend a member of the commission before the end of their 4-year term. A.G. Brown says he's asking the General Assembly and Governor Wes Moore to create a charter amendment giving the AG power to suspend a member because of comments on a public platform. At least one state delegate is calling on the Attorney General's office to delay any future hate crime commission meetings until Chaudhry is removed. Delegate Joe Vogel of Montgomery County says he'll support any legislation to give the Attorney General power to suspend members of the commission. Now, Chaudhry spoke to Fox 45 News last month after a Johns Hopkins doctor was placed on leave for his anti-Palestinian posts on social media, calling for him to be fired and for his medical license to be revoked. Political commentator Armstrong William calls those demands hypocritical.
She is doing not only the same thing, but much worse, comparing Israel to Nazi Germany. You would think by now that all people in these roles of trust, where you have influence and people watch you, from what has happened at Cornell, Harvard, George Washington University, you would think now that people would be sensitive to the fact that you don't want to ever be perceived as pushing anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish sentiment and comparing them to Nazi Germany.
Dozens of Muslim groups pushed back on the original suspension, saying Chaudhry is the only American Muslim on the Hate Crimes Commission and a critical voice in representing their interests. Now, several colleges across the country are reporting incidents of anti-Semitism on campus. Now, those students are sharing their firsthand accounts with lawmakers. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the story.
Jewish students at top American universities report a dramatic shift in campus culture.
To such an extreme of intolerance that 70% of MIT's Jewish students polled feel forced to hide their identities.
MIT graduate student Talia Khan sharing her experience with lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
I was forced to leave my study group for my doctoral exams halfway through the semester because my group members told me that the people at the Nova Music Festival deserved to die because they were partying on stolen land.
Reports of anti-Semitism spiking at NYU as well.
Today, in 2023, at NYU, I hear calls to gas the Jews, and I am told that Hitler was right. Being a Jew at NYU has meant being physically assaulted in NYU's library by a fellow student while I was wearing an American-Israeli flag.
Anti-Semitism also an issue at UPenn.
A Jewish student accosted, "Jews are Nazis," etched adjacent to Penn's Jewish fraternity house. Why doesn't the university hold the perpetrators of such acts accountable?
Critics comparing Harvard President Claudine Gay's passionate fight against African-American racism to her current approach to anti-Semitism. In 2020, Gay wrote about the need to work against the old hatreds and the enduring legacies of anti-Black racism with a new sense of urgency. During Tuesday's hearing, she gave this response to current Jewish hate on campus.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context.
Harvard has taken down Gay's 2020 statement on George Floyd's death.
This week's congressional testimony by the presidents of Harvard, UPenn, and MIT only ramped up calls for them to resign. The charge is being led by hedge fund billionaire and Harvard graduate Bill Ackman. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
And that brings us to our national question of the day. Do you think the president of Harvard, UPenn, and MIT should resign over their handling of anti-Semitic protests on their campuses? To make your voice heard, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab. An active shooter at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, leaves 3 people dead and 1 in critical condition. Straight ahead from the Live Center, what we know right now about the suspect as this investigation continues.
A teen arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. Coming up next, a legal expert explains just how much jail time he could be facing.
And our temperatures are chilly this morning, but we've got some warmer days ahead. We'll talk about that right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning. On this Thursday, December 7th, it's also National Pearl Harbor Day Remembrance, and it's the first day of Hanukkah.
That's right. Tonight at sunset, you light that first candle on the menorah. We need to find out exactly how cold it's going to be today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
On Fox 45 Early Edition.
Early Edition.
It is.
Not Fox 45 Morning News yet.
It is early.
We'll be there at 6. You and I and Tom, Patrice, me, we all wanted it to be Thursday yesterday. Well, guess what? It's Thursday now. And it is Friday Eve, friends, as we take a look outside. It is definitely cold this morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, still dark, a couple hours away from that sun coming up. Temperature-wise, we're below freezing at Owings Mills and Cockeysville in the upper 20s, 31 in Essex and Middle River, 29 over there in Joppatown. You're at 32 in Elk Ridge, almost also in the upper 20s in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So a chilly Thursday morning, a mix of clouds and sun throughout the day today, and we do have a warmer weekend ahead. So over the next couple of hours, Mr. Bo says we're good to go, but you'll definitely need the heater, defroster, maybe scraping some of the frost off the windshield before you head out. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
5:01 now. This morning, we are continuing our coverage of 3 big stories on the national and local levels.
In a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with the developments in Baltimore surrounding confirmation that a teenager charged in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult.
But first, this morning, we're following new developments about the man suspected of shooting and killing 3 people and injuring another on the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus.
Now, we want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center as this investigation continues. Shannon.
Yeah, and guys, we are starting out with a live look here over UNLV in Las Vegas, where classes are canceled for the rest of the week. Now, the suspected shooter was found dead. His name has not yet been made public, but we do know that he is a 67-year-old college professor, and according to the Associated Press, he recently applied for a job at this university. Reports of an active shooter started coming out around noon on Wednesday, sending swarms of police to campus. Students and staff were put on lockdown, barricading themselves inside classrooms as this terror unfolded. The gunman was killed in a shootout with law enforcement, according to police, but not before taking 3 lives and injuring another. Those victims have not yet been identified. Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman speaking out on the tragedy.
The fear that permeated every one of those children, every one of those professors. It's a very difficult time, and it's time for us, as the adults, enough. It is enough.
Now, this is coming more than 24 hours after a deadly gun rampage in the Austin-San Antonio area. A 34-year-old man is charged in connection with that deadly shooting spree that put multiple cities in Texas on high alert. Shane James here is accused of killing 6 victims, including his parents, and injuring 2 police officers. The shooting spree started early Wednesday morning in Austin when one officer was shot outside of a school. 2 hours later, a double homicide crime scene was discovered. Later that afternoon, a bicyclist was shot. And that night, double homicide scenes were found in Austin and San Antonio. According to Austin police, the suspect here faces capital murder charges with more charges pending. We'll continue to track both cases for you right here from the Live Center. Patrice.
Well, here in Baltimore, Fox 45 News confirms a 17-year-old facing weapons and riot charges in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult.
Now, the news comes 5 months after 2 people were killed, 28 others hurt at that block party. Olivia Danz joining us live this morning with a closer look at this case. Olivia?
Well, Tom, now that the teen is being tried as an adult, he could be facing some serious jail time. Attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, says that his jail time would be based on his criminal history. But according to the teen's attorney, he doesn't have any.
In adult court, obviously, you're instead of facing rehabilitation, you're facing potential jail time. He's facing the potential for serious jail time. Whether or not he would actually get serious jail time is a totally separate issue.
Baltimore police say the teen can be seen in this video pulling out an assault weapon just before shots rang out. Prosecutors argue that sparked fear in people and, quote, incited additional shootings. Again, the 17-year-old arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is now being tried as an adult. The charges against him include possession of an assault weapon and riot charges. Shortly after the teen's arrest, his attorney, Michael Clinkscale, was pushing to have the case remain in juvenile court. arguing that we don't know if the gun was a real gun or a toy gun. But Nachman is not surprised by the decision to try the teen as an adult, considering that 2 people died and 28 others were injured in that shooting.
In this situation, given the balance of the evidence and weighing all the factors, I'm sure the judge made a determination that he should be tried an adult.
Now, 4 other teens have been arrested in connection to the shooting, but so far none of the suspects have been directly charged with the 2 murders. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News will continue following the suspects connected with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and keep you updated on each of their cases, along with any new arrests as they are announced. You can find all of our past reporting right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
When it comes to tackling the juvenile crime crisis, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is saying whether you're a juvenile or an adult, if you break the law, you will be held accountable. Right now, we are just about 5 months away from the primary race for mayor, and then the general election happens the following November. We're asking voters where they stand on crime and if they want a tougher approach like that of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
Yes. Why? Because you got to pay for the crime you commit. You need to. Maybe you won't do it no more. The tougher you get.
I think I've heard that message before and nothing ever happens.
I'd like to hear more about schools and changing the education system.
The May primary is quickly approaching. We can expect to hear more from both candidates on their plans and from voters on what they want to see from their city leaders.
Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon takes a tougher on crime stance than incumbent Mayor Brandon Scott. New poll numbers indicate that messaging in her campaign overall is resonating with voters. The poll from Lake Research Partners in Washington, D.C. surveyed 800 likely voters in the Democratic primary for Baltimore mayor. Initially, it showed Dixon polling at 39%, Scott with 31%. But after those surveyed heard some profiles of each candidate and statements on Scott's time while in office, the poll showed Dixon with a 14-point lead. Yesterday, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott about those numbers.
I've never been a person that believed in polls. There's only one poll that matters, and that's election day. If we follow polls, right, the last time we had this election, I was polling at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%. And what happened on election day? And also, what I would also say that polls that are given and done by people who have an agenda are always going to show what they wanted to show.
We also brought those numbers to Sheila Dixon, and she says the poll indicates how people are feeling and what they're thinking.
I'm encouraged by the numbers and the support I'm receiving daily, only showing that our message of criminal accountability, safer neighborhoods, better schools, cleaner communities. I think polls give you a sense of where people's minds are and what they're thinking. And that's always important because you want to be able to be responsive to what people think and what they're feeling. And people don't feel safe. People don't see the accountability in city government that they need to see. People want to be able to have good schools in their neighborhoods and their children to be safe and going to schools. And so all of those are factors that when you are in public office, you have to listen to these issues. And then you have to come up with a plan and react and have the kind of leadership that's going to execute a way to resolve so many of these things that are happening.
Fox 45 News is your election headquarters. We'll continue to follow the Baltimore mayoral race along with the other big races. You can follow all of our coverage on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Lawmakers in Annapolis, they're at odds over juvenile crime laws. Coming up in our next half hour, the fallout surrounding the 3rd juvenile justice crime hearing.
We're tracking a few showers just to the north of us. Could that mean flakes in our future? We'll talk about it on Fox 45 Early Edition. Everybody's yelling at us in the studio. It's great. All right, our Weather Authority forecast. Good morning to all of you. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on here. We can't see much except the Avalon. I've never been in there. I don't know what that is. But overall, that is Towson this morning, and temps statewide, 20s and 30s. That's what you need to know. It's cold. So 31 in Baltimore City, 33 in Annapolis, right at 30 in Bel Air. So on your day planner, we're going to stay in the 40s again today. A little southwest wind, 5 to 10 miles an hour. So not as windy as yesterday, but still on the chilly side. Good news is we warm up as early as tomorrow. We'll take a look at what is in store for us in terms of our temperatures, and we do have to track that rain for the weekend as well. Back to you.
Come this morning on Fox 45's Early Edition, 4 Republican candidates battled it out on the debate stage for the final time. We break down their last-minute efforts to sway you, the voter, before next month's Iowa caucus.
And the O's are taking care of business this offseason. What the newest member of the team is bringing to Birdland. 5:13 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
I would be happy to, and I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Republican presidential hopefuls going head-to-head in their 4th debate as the primary race narrows.
This is the last debate before voters cast their first ballots in next month's Iowa caucus. The candidates, minus former President Donald Trump, tackled issues like the Israel-Hamas war and migrants at the southern border.
If they had a plan which showed me that we could get them out safely, you're damn right I'd send the American Army in there to get our people home and get them home now.
We need to build a wall across the southern border. I'll get it done.
Well, with the exception of Governor Chris Christie, none of the candidates harshly criticized President Trump.
Stay with Fox 45 all morning long. Coming up in our next hour, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar will have full coverage of last night's GOP debate, including its impacts on what is to come for the Republican presidential candidates.
In other election headlines, President Joe Biden tells some of his donors he would not be running for the president in 2024 if it wasn't for Donald Trump. The president pitching himself as the only one standing between Trump and another 4 years in the White House. He says democracy is at stake, and if Trump wins back the White House, He'll, quote, forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is resigning from Congress at the end of the year. McCarthy has been in Congress since 2007. He was elected House Speaker in January after 15 rounds of voting, but then he was ousted from the position in October. McCarthy says he plans to stay involved with Republican politics.
5:17, let's talk sports. Stopping your Sports Unlimited headlines. The Orioles make a deal with right-handed pitcher Craig Kimbrell on a one-year contract for 2024 season with a club option for 2025.
Kimbrell is a 9-time All-Star and 2018 World Series champion with the Red Sox, with a lot of success tied to his name. Kimbrell was selected by the Braves in the third round of the first-year player draft in 2008 and made his first major league debut May 7th of 2010. Now, during his 14-year career, he has played for the Braves, Padres, Cubs, Dodgers, Phillies, Red Sox, and White Sox.
$13 million for 1 year. I'd take it, right?
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Like he's been taking it all around.
Turning now to the NFL, as we look forward to seeing the Ravens back on the field this week after their bye week.
Taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium, where they're going to take on the Rams right here in Baltimore this Sunday, December 10th, and that kickoff is at 1 p.m.
And if you are, like a lot of us, not able to make it down to the stadium, be sure to watch that game right here on Fox 45. Our pregame coverage begins at noon, followed by the game. First kickoff is at 1.
Well, the Ravens will head to Jacksonville after that to take on the Jaguars. That's December 17th. Then on Christmas, they travel to San Francisco to go head-to-head with the 49ers. To finish out 2023, the Ravens will play right here at home on New Year's Eve against the Miami Dolphins.
5:19 is the time, and so we need to find out exactly what it's going to feel like, especially if you are heading out to the game this Sunday.
Right, and it's going to be rainy. We know that, but milder.
Yeah, well, the thing is milder. You're exactly right. The models are kind of going a little because it's the heavy rain is going to come Sunday night. So that's good.
Okay.
Right, after the game, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. But
That's
like
good.
during the game, it's going to be wet-ish. So just, kind of plan for the fact that we're going to have some wet weather for that game. What is better than sloppy December football? Like the conditions, not the football, but we want the conditions to be like that to get out there and enjoy the game. So we're excited to be that. Of course, our Fox NFL coverage starts 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, and we'll have all sorts of great things for you ready for that game. Hopefully you get that win against the Rams. 5 tough games coming up. Doesn't matter what the records of the other teams are. You guys know any given Sunday or Monday or Thursday or whenever they play football. All right, so 31 your temperature right now, BWI. Just a little southwest wind, about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Here is a look at our HD radar. So look at this. This is some of the snow that is falling in parts of Pennsylvania and up toward Rochester. So that's a little lake effect snow coming off Lake Erie, but you can see that kind of general motion is heading in our direction. So this is similar to what we saw yesterday when a few of those flakes were flying around, even though we didn't really see a lot of stuff sticking to the ground. On our hourly future scan, about 9 o'clock this morning, could see a little run or a chance at seeing a few of those flakes around Hartford and Cecil County, possibly even up in northern Baltimore County. That continues to move off toward Elkton and areas to the north and east, and that's really going to be our only shot to see any of that precip. Throughout the afternoon, we'll keep the clouds around, but later into the day, after about 3, 4 o'clock, we do expect to see more sunshine and drier conditions, especially as we head into your Friday and Saturday. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids head out this morning. Make sure they are ready to go for the cold temperatures, right at freezing through 7 a.m. Mid-40s into the noon hour. We'll get to the mid to upper 40s for your highs today, and a little less wind, so that'll be good news for golfers. Even if you want to get out there and play, temps will be in the 30s by 9 a.m. and 40s through most of the afternoon. Check-in temperatures in your neighborhood. Lower 40s for Westminster and Eldersburg and Carroll County, 43 Reisterstown, upper 40s in Towson, 45 Perry Hall and White Marsh, and 49 for you down in Dundalk. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties in the low to mid 40s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up in the northeast, and Elkton at 43 this afternoon. Now, look at our temperature trend tomorrow. Saturday, Sunday, upper 50s, even some lower 60s before those numbers drop back down again next week. So this is what's taking place in December. That's the system moving out of here today. Now, behind that, we've got drier air, more of a southerly flow coming in on Friday and Saturday with a lot more sunshine and those warmer temperatures. And here's that model that I was talking about. This is the in-house model that we have. So you can see the cloud cover coming in Sunday morning. By Sunday afternoon and evening, that's the heaviest rain. This is about 9 o'clock where that heaviest rain, as that cold front comes through, that's going to be bringing the most amount of rain. But most of the day on Sunday will be cloudy and kind of wet. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. You can see those numbers, and overall, they're definitely coming down next week again. So after today's highs in the 40s, we do get a nice little brief warm up just in time for the weekend. Let's get a check on mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Camden 841 operating with 5 minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on light rail, nothing in your way. On-time service from end to end, and Metro Subway looking good in both directions of that service for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The city is proposing new ways to catch car thieves in Baltimore. Still to come, the technology police and prosecutors are celebrating.
After several hearings, we're still waiting to see if any changes will be made to the current juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we press state lawmakers on their search for solutions. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.525 making your headlines this Thursday morning. SAG-AFTRA actors heading back to the big screen. 78% of the Screen Actors Guild members voted to approve that 3-year deal negotiated by the union and members of the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television. The two parties compromising November 8th. Members of the Guild started voting November 13th.
Turning now to Capitol Hill as we take you there live. Democrats in Congress are pushing for a new round of funding to keep the nation's child care industry afloat. They're supporting a White House proposal that seeks $16 billion a year for the next 5 years to help cover the day-to-day costs for child care providers. It's meant to replace a $24 billion pandemic relief plan that ran dry in September. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, more than 200,000 child care facilities in the country relied on those funds.
Childcare is economic infrastructure, and our country cannot function without it, cannot function without all of you. And if parents can't afford to go to work, it all grinds to a halt. And that's true in every state, every congressional district, every zip code.
The White House request is part of a $50 billion supplemental package that also seeks funding for rural internet infrastructure and natural disaster relief.
We're looking forward to a weekend warm-up, but will rain ruin the Ravens game at M&T Bank? Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us, when and how much you may get in that full Weather Authority forecast.
A symbolic victory for Israel as their military breaks through Hamas defense lines. I'll have a look at the significance of this straight ahead from our live center. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about some rain in the forecast.
Yep, there is rain in our forecast, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you, and good morning to everyone. We are starting off cold on your Thursday morning. Looking at our Towson camera, there are some clouds hanging around at this time, and we're tracking the potential for a few more flakes flying for at least some of us a little bit later this morning. Nice to see that little holiday flakage yesterday. Our jogging cast, if you are out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, bundle up. It's going to stay in the 30s, even below freezing for some. Now, over the next 3 days, we'll get to the upper 40s today. But look what happens Friday and Saturday. Those numbers improve or rise dramatically, mid to upper 50s, even close to 60 by Saturday afternoon. We'll talk about those temperatures and the rain. We'll time exactly when it's going to impact you for Sunday and the big Ravens game as well coming up. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And there is a major accident right now. You can see us right here, 97 southbound. They just opened up one lane. It was completely shut down. Multiple vehicles involved there. You see the flashing lights, 97 southbound. And that's where the accident is occurring right now. 5:31 this morning as lawmakers are at odds over youth crime laws. Fox 45 News has the fallout from a third juvenile justice hearing in Annapolis.
Tuesday's hearing was likely the last chance for state leaders to come up with a juvenile crime plan before the session begins in January.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with how Fox 45 News continues to press the state lawmakers and search for their solutions. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, the House Judiciary Committee has heard from police, prosecutors, the Department of Juvenile Services, and more. But we're still waiting to see if lawmakers have any actual plans to make changes to the current juvenile justice laws.
We have the pieces from these three hearings to start to put together the legislation. And I think we'll be looking at issues related to probation, the length of time people are on probation, and a couple of the other issues.
So we'll be releasing stuff before, at the beginning of session.
It's still unclear, though, exactly what those plans will be. One thing that's garnering support from both sides of the political aisle, at least in the House, is accurate data about juvenile crime, especially when Vincent Schiraldi, the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, touts declining data.
I know that that's hard for people to swallow if they're one of the people whose cars that were stolen, but I don't think that's typical of what's happened with kids under 13. And I think the data shows that the kids under 13 are actually doing better now than they were before the law changed.
There are some questions as to, how much juvenile crime do we have? Depending on who you talk to, you have a lot of different ways of looking at it.
The Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime is down 66%. That is absolutely false. It might be down from their point of view, but it doesn't mean the real legitimate juvenile crime is happening.
When we asked Senate President Bill Ferguson about how he plans to address concerns when it comes to the transparency within DJS, we weren't given a direct answer. So while they debate data, the frontline prosecutors on the ground are seeing the impact of juvenile crime. And those prosecutors from around the state have voiced concerns about kids committing crimes and not being held accountable. Some lawmakers are calling for more resources for DJS. But again, nothing is finalized just yet. And it's starting to come down to who will the lawmakers listen to, the prosecutors or DJS. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
That brings us to our question of the day. Based on your experience, do you think the juvenile crime crisis is out of control? So far, 97% of people who voted say yes. To make your voice heard, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
5:34 now to Baltimore City, where leaders are unveiling a new license plate reader system which will provide real-time data to help police catch carjacking, robbery, and other suspects in South Baltimore.
This is the definition of community policing. When you have a community who has identified what their issues are and has went out and initiated, advocated, and also collaborated with us.
Today we're celebrating license plate readers. We have cameras being installed in the southeast. We have better lighting happening downtown. We know that these community-based efforts, these infrastructure building initiatives, make a difference in creating a place where crime is less accessible and less possible.
City prosecutors say the license plate readers will help them build stronger cases against accused thieves and carjackers, which may lead to more convictions.
If you have a stolen car story or you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code on your screen and tell us what happened, or you can send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Israel's prime minister highlighting a symbolic victory this morning after their military says they broke Hamas's defense lines.
Let's get over to Shannon Lilly in the Live Center. She's got a closer look at the significance of this. Shannon.
Yeah, like you guys said, leaders are calling this a symbolic victory. We are looking live over Gaza right now, and this breach of Hamas's defense lines is happening in the largest city in southern Gaza. The Israeli military surrounding the home of one of the group's key leaders. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explains this further.
Last night I said that our forces can reach anywhere in the Gaza Strip. Now they encircled Sinwar's house. His house is not his fortress, and he can escape, but it's only a matter of time until we get him.
Netanyahu is vowing the Palestinian Authority will not gain power over Gaza as long as he is prime minister. Meanwhile, Israel is approving an increase in the amount of fuel allowed to enter Gaza. 80 aid trucks went into the war-torn area yesterday. This as international calls continue to grow to help the civilians who are suffering in this region. Now, we are keeping an eye out for any new developments in the Middle East this morning, and we'll have details as they come in right here in our Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Still ahead this morning, some major budget cuts happening in the state's Department of Transportation. What state lawmakers say this will mean for key projects and how it could impact you.
We are starting off our day cold, and we'll see chilly temperatures this afternoon as well. Our Fox 45 Weather Authority team is tracking the potential for a weekend warm-up. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .539 this morning. Some state lawmakers are raising red flags about the Department of Transportation's budget.
Now, this comes as Governor Moore's administration proposes sweeping cuts. MDOT and the MTA will likely lose more than $600 million for project maintenance, meaning a delay in replacing buses, light rail, and metro cars.
There is a possibility of raising the prices for parking at BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport, and the MVA will likely have to suspend operations on Saturdays and raise some prices.
Some MTA commuter buses will cut, and then marked train lines will also be limited. The Highway Administration will have limit trash and litter pickup.
Fox 45 News spoke to State Delegate Jared Solomon, who serves on the Transit Caucus. He calls the proposal a tough cut across the board.
Without having a really serious conversation about readjusting revenue and necessary resources going forward, it's going to be really hard to to be able to restore some of the things that have been taken out. If you're reliant on certain types of transportation that's been cut, some of the transit pieces, you're going to be scrambling.
Senator Corey McCray sent a letter to MDOT Secretary writing that he's concerned this proposal will pit regions against each other. The senator also criticizing a lack of communication about this plan. He writes, "Had I heard from your office, it might have allowed me to better understand your thoughts or lack thereof behind this particular distribution of cuts."
The fourth Republican presidential debate, and again, the frontrunner wasn't on stage. I'm Atrell Nashar with how his opponents tried to set themselves apart.
This morning, our Fox 45 Countdown to Christmas giveaway continues. Stay tuned for your cue to call. Not quite yet. Just keep watching. When you see us open up our next gift that is sitting under the tree, that will be the time to call. We'll let you know.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, good times. Baltimore City Hall is now officially in the holiday spirit as Mayor Brandon Scott kicks off this season with the official tree lighting. Hundreds of people came out for some festive fun last night, including local students. The mayor also honored the Mervo High School football team fresh off their state title.
And he also congratulated Dunbar for their third straight title this year and their 13th overall, the most ever for a high school in Maryland.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Got some good teams here.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. Well, here at Fox 45, we love seeing how you are getting into the holiday spirit.
That's right. Check out some of the pictures we're receiving through Chime In. On the left, a huge tree. That's sent in by Jennifer. She says they might have gone a little overboard, but It's a nice, full, pretty one. We love it.
In the middle, Renee sent us this picture of Rosie Marie and her BFF, Louie, in front of the Christmas tree. And then on the right, this is a beautiful frosty-themed tree was sent by Karan, saying that there is a local tree decorator continuing on the legacy of his aunt.
Oh, he did a good job with that. Well, we want to see how you're preparing for the holidays. Send us your favorite holiday photos and videos through the Chime In app at foxbaltimore.com or the WBFF app. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, here at Fox 45, we are also continuing to stay in the holiday spirit with our Countdown to Christmas contest. You can still win a Guinness gift pack, tickets to see Mrs. Doubtfire, the lottery tree, and a whole lot more. Look at all those gifts that are there. Stay tuned for your chance to call in and win. Taking you live now at the Fox 45 Morning News Menorah, because tonight is the start of Hanukkah. The Jewish holiday is celebrated December 15th for 8 consecutive nights. Jews gather with friends and family to light one additional candle in the menorah, and that will happen after sunset.
Well, you can get in the holiday spirit by winning $100 or $5,000. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen and play our daily holiday trivia question. Every day, Monday through Thursday, you could win a $100 Visa e-gift card, and then you'll be put in the running to win the weekly national prize of $5,000. Scan the QR code and try your luck at holiday trivia. John Cisna won yesterday's trivia question, so congrats to him.
A lot of holidays, a lot of music, a lot of snow pictures. Will we have snow around here?
I hope not. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
You don't want snow even for Christmas?
Christmas, yes.
So she likes snow one day and that's it. And then the rest of it, no.
It's pretty.
Yeah. We did have some flakes that were flying around yesterday with that little system that was coming in from the north. We're actually tracking another one that's on the way here that could bring a few more of those flurries by the time we get to about 8, 9 o'clock this morning for some of us. This is a live look here over downtown Baltimore. Pretty with those lights that are twinkling out there in our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. It's cold. We're below freezing officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much in the way of wind, and today we'll see less wind than yesterday, but this is the next weather maker that we're tracking. Kind of a mini weather maker that's really not going to do much to us, but you can see all of that snow that's coming in parts of central PA and from New York as well. That's going to be kind of moving toward the north and to the east of us, but tracking down the 83 and 95 corridor, essentially. This is the hourly future scan. So this is 9 a.m. You can see some of the light blues right there. Northern Baltimore County, Harford, and Cecil County. You may get clipped with some of this as we take you through the later part of the morning time. As we head toward the afternoon, we'll see those clouds kind of hanging around. That southerly wind will pick up later today and then drying out and actually seeing more sunshine right before it goes down tonight, but clearing skies overnight and then warmer temperatures on the way for tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a really nice day to get whatever you have to get done or just be outside for the most part. And today's not bad. I mean, it's December, so mid to upper 40s here over the next 12 hours. You'll see those numbers steadily rise. We'll top out about 49 for our high today. That's going to be near average. Typically lower 50s is where we are, and that sun will be up until 4:44 this evening. Here's a look at your high temperatures across the region. Mid to upper 40s for you on the eastern shore. Lower 40s for Bel Air and Westminster. 44 in Cockeysville today. Up and down the east coast, a little colder to the north and a little warmer to the south. That's typically what we see with 50s in Richmond this afternoon. So here's that first system passing through. Then as we get into Friday and Saturday, lots of sunshine and also that warmer air as that ridge of high pressure slides to the east and brings us more of that southerly flow. We call it the return flow because it taps into some of that warmer air. Saturday afternoon, a few more clouds coming in. This is our next weather maker, bringing some rain in on Sunday morning and then Sunday afternoon into the evening. That'll be the heaviest rain. So the heaviest rain looks to stay away for the Ravens game, but it's still going to be a little bit wet as you're tailgating and then heading out to the actual game. We just mentioned Hanukkah, the first day tomorrow, essentially. 2 weeks from today is the winter solstice and Christmas in just 18 days from right now. Debbie the dancing Christmas tree doing her little jig. All right, so there we go. Ravens game, it's going to be wet, but our temperatures are at least above average for the weekend. Colder numbers on the way next week.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the area here. You can see the Beltway is looking along, you're moving along just fine right there in Towson area. There was one issue that we had earlier. That was 97, and it was right at New Cut Road. There was multiple vehicles that were involved there. They have cleaned that up. It is now back open. There's just a little bit of a slowdown if you're heading south 97 right near New Cut Road. Now I want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got train 511 on the Penn line and Penn train 407, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on light rail, no delays or issues on time service. In fact, in both directions. And Metro Subway checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
An active shooting call at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas leaves 3 people dead and 1 in critical condition. Straight ahead, what we know right now about the suspect and the investigation underway.
And a teen charged in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. Coming up, how this impacts the case, including the severity of the outcome. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. .54 and in your election 2024 coverage, 4 Republican presidential candidates make their final points ahead of the Iowa caucus.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports on how they made some of their final pitches to voters before the first ballots are cast.
This debate was framed as a make or break moment for the candidates, the last before the Iowa caucuses. Likely the reason why the candidates didn't hold back, not just trying to set themselves apart, but from going after each other.
This is the fourth debate that you would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America. So shut up for a minute.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley riding momentum of recent key endorsements and a bump in the polls, making her a target.
And I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Between jabs, the candidates dug into the issues like the Israel-Hamas war.
If they had a plan which showed me that we could get them out safely, you're damn right I'd send the American army in there to get our people home and get them home now.
And the crisis at the southern border.
We need to build a wall across the southern border. I'll get it done.
The frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, again absent from the stage. In October, his campaign called on the RNC to cancel remaining debates. Trump taking a dig at other Republicans in the race during a solo town hall Tuesday night.
We have crowds that are incredible in Iowa. We were here last week. We had overflow crowds. And other candidates have like 7 people standing in a farm.
Trump's opponents getting the chance to say what they think of him.
Father Time is undefeated. The idea that we're going to put someone up there that's almost 80 and there's going to be no effects from that, we all know that that's not true.
I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on.
And as much as everybody wants to talk about how Donald Trump had a good economy, $9 trillion in debt, he did just in 4 years.
The candidates also weighed in on the economy, anti-Semitism on college campuses, China and Taiwan. Now they start the home stretch of campaigning with less than 6 weeks until the Iowa caucuses. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar.
President Joe Biden shocks donors when he said he's not sure he'd be seeking another term if Donald Trump wasn't running for president. He made that comment during a fundraiser near Boston. Biden seemed to try to walk it back when he returned to the White House, and reporters asked him to explain. Listen.
Would you be running for president if Trump wasn't running?
I expect so, but look, he is running, and I have to run.
Would you drop out if Trump runs out?
No. Not now.
Biden's comments come after a new Harvard poll of 18 to 29-year-olds showed only 49% plan to vote in next year's election.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is resigning from Congress at the end of the year. McCarthy has been in Congress since 2007. He was elected House Speaker in January after 15 rounds of voting, but was then ousted from his position in October. McCarthy says he plans to stay involved with Republican politics. A Baltimore County substitute teacher says her reputation has been damaged, and it's all because the school system made a mistake it won't correct.
Jen Reedholm has been fighting to clear her name for 6 years. She tells Project Baltimore she wanted to substitute at Warren Elementary in Cockeysville, but never received any opportunities. Not understanding why, she started asking questions and learned that her name was on the do not use list.
Well, according to BCPS, Reedholm left a class that she was responsible for unattended while working at Warren Elementary School. But Reedholm says there's one problem with that allegation. She says she's never worked at that school.
What do you want?
I want my record cleared, and I want to be removed off the do not use list. I don't know what the future holds, but if there's something on my personnel file that doesn't belong to me and it could come up in a job interview, that's a problem. How am I supposed to explain that?
Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, the key piece of information BCPS has not provided to Reedholm that she believes can clear her name.
A teen arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. Coming up next, a legal expert explains just how much jail time he could be facing.
An active shooter at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas leaves 3 people dead. Straight ahead from the Live Center, what we're learning about the suspect and the ties he may have had to this school.
Our temperatures are cold this morning, but we're tracking warmer numbers as we head into the weekend. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking a live look at the World War II Memorial, as today is Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. December 7, 1941, 2,400 service members and civilians were killed in a 2-hour air raid by Japanese forces on the U.S. naval base in Hawaii. The attack shook America's confidence and pulled the country into World War II. Congress designated December 7th as National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day in 1994. Today marks 82 years since the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Well, thank you for being with us on this Thursday, December 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about a little bit of a warm-up and also some rain.
Yeah, exactly right. We'll be seeing at least one more day of the chilly temperatures. Definitely cold this morning with some of those clouds that are hanging around right now. We're tracking a little system that is moving into Harrisburg right now that may bring a few flakes to us as we get into the second half of your commute. Well, about 8, 9 o'clock this morning. Right now, 28 in Cockeysville, 30 in Bel Air and Chestertown, 31 in Baltimore City, and you're waking up to 27 in Columbia. So a chilly Thursday morning, mix of clouds and sun for the day today, less wind as well. And then we are looking at those warmer numbers for the weekend. So as you get out for your morning drive, numbers are going to stay near freezing through 7 a.m., eventually getting to the mid to upper 30s by about 8, 9 o'clock. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we take a look around the Beltway, we had some previous incidents, but they're now clear from these shots. Roads are moving smoothly right now. This morning, we are continuing our coverage of 3 big stories on the national and local levels.
In Texas, police say a gunman killed 6 people, including his parents.
In Las Vegas, at least 3 people were killed in an active shooter situation at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus.
In Baltimore, Fox 45 News confirms a 17-year-old is now facing weapons and riot charges in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and he will be tried as an adult.
That news comes 5 months after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt at that block party.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a closer look at this case. Olivia?
Well, Tom, now that the teen will be tried as an adult, he could be facing some serious jail time. Attorney Kurt Nachman, who is not affiliated with this case, says that the jail time would be based on the teen's criminal history. But according to the teen's attorney, he doesn't have any.
In adult court, obviously, you're instead of facing rehabilitation, you're facing potential jail time. He's facing the potential for serious jail time. Whether or not he would actually get serious jail time is a totally separate issue.
Baltimore police say the teen can be seen in this video pulling out an assault weapon just before shots rang out. Prosecutors argue that sparked fear in people and, quote, incited additional shootings. Again, the 17-year-old arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is now being tried as an adult. The charges against him include possession of an assault weapon and riot charges. Shortly after the teen's arrest, his attorney, Michael Clinkscale, was pushing to have the case remain in juvenile court, arguing that we don't know if the gun was a real gun or a toy gun. But Nachman is not surprised by the decision to try the teen as an adult, considering that 2 people died and 28 others were injured in that shooting.
In this situation, given the balance of the evidence and weighing all the factors, I'm sure the judge made a determination that he should be tried an adult.
Now, 4 other teens have been arrested in connection to the shooting, but so far none of the suspects have been directly charged with the 2 murders. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News will continue to follow the suspects connected with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Keep you updated on each of their cases, along with any new arrests as they're announced. You can find all of our past reporting right at our website, foxbaltimore.com.
When it comes to tackling the juvenile crime crisis, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is saying whether you're a juvenile or an adult, if you break the law, you will be held accountable. Right now, we're just about 5 months away from the primary race for mayor, and then the general election happens the following November. And we're asking voters where they stand on crime and if they want a tougher approach like that of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
Yes. Why? Because you got to pay for the crime you commit. You need to. Maybe you won't do it no more, the tougher you get.
I think I've heard that message before and nothing ever happens.
I'd like to hear more about schools and changing the education system.
The May primary is quickly approaching. We can expect to hear more from both candidates on their plans and voters on what they want to see from their city leader.
Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon takes more of a tougher on crime stance than incumbent Mayor Brandon Scott. New poll numbers indicate that messaging in her campaign overall is resonating with voters. The poll from Lake Research Partners, that's out of Washington, D.C., surveyed 800 likely voters in the Democratic primary for Baltimore mayor. Initially, it showed Dixon polling at 39%, Scott with 31%. But after those surveyed heard profiles of each candidate and statements on Scott's time in office, the poll showed Dixon with a 14-point lead.
We are following new developments about the man suspected of shooting and killing 3 people and injuring another on the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly. She's in our live center as this investigation continues. Shannon.
Yeah, guys, and we are starting with a live look here outside of UNLV, where classes are canceled for the rest of the week. The suspected shooter was found dead. His name has not yet been made public, but we do know that he is a 67-year-old college professor, and according to the Associated Press, he recently applied for a job at this university. Reports of an active shooter started coming out around noon on Wednesday, sending swarms of police to campus. Students and staff were put on lockdown, barricading themselves inside classrooms as this terror unfolded. The gunman was killed in a shootout with law enforcement, according to police, but not before taking 3 lives and injuring another. Those victims have not yet been identified. Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman speaking out on the tragedy.
The fear that permeated every one of those children, every one of those professors. It's a very difficult time, and it's time for us, as the adults, enough. It is enough.
This coming more than 24 hours after a deadly gun rampage in the Austin-San Antonio area. A 34-year-old man is charged in connection with that deadly shooting spree that put multiple cities in Texas on high alert. Shane James here is accused of killing 6 victims, including his own parents, and injuring 2 police officers. The shooting spree started early Wednesday morning in Austin when one officer was shot outside of a school. 2 hours later, a double homicide crime scene was discovered. Later that afternoon, a bicyclist was shot. And that night, double homicide scenes were found in Austin and in San Antonio. According to Austin police, the suspect faces capital murder charges with more charges pending. We'll continue to track both of these cases right here from the Live Center.
How do you plan to address the concerns when it comes to transparency from within DJS?
Look, it's really tough. These are kids.
Heated debate on how to handle youth crime continues in Annapolis. Still ahead, their search for possible solutions.
Baltimore City leaders are adding new technology to combat car thefts in Baltimore. Still ahead, the new security measures being offered.
And can we see a few more flakes flying around the area this morning? We'll talk about that, plus the warmer numbers on the way for the weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:10 is your time right now. It is Thursday morning, and we are almost at the weekend, and we're tracking a little bit more of that wintry weather, especially once you get up to York, PA, and up toward Harrisburg on 83 North. So once you cross from Maryland into Pennsylvania, going to run right into this. Some of this is going to try to make a run at parts of northern Baltimore, Hartford, and Cecil County here over the next couple of hours. So obviously we'll keep our eyes on that. Temperatures at the surface are cold enough where if we get any of that moisture, we could see some light accumulation. But overall, get that run or the jog in next couple of hours, layer up, because temperatures are staying in the 30s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Well, Baltimore is going green. The congressman and the large grant making it all possible.
Give the gift of life-saving resources this holiday season. The vending machine making it easier for Marylanders to help those who are less fortunate all around the globe. 6:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614 charitable leaders celebrate the opening of the region's first Light the World giving machine.
This is a vending machine that works in reverse by giving users an opportunity to donate to a variety of much-needed items for local and global charities. It's open at the Columbia Mall now through the 17th, and leaders say the opportunity highlights the good the organizations are doing to help those in Maryland and all across the country.
I want to thank you as well for lowering the barriers to giving. Each of us has work to do to make sure that we're creating communities where every one of our neighbors and friends can thrive and live up to their God-given potential.
Its next stop will now be in Richmond, Virginia. The Ravens are getting into the holiday spirit. Tight end Isaiah Likely made a stop at the Children and Boys and Girls Club in Baltimore. And they were able to make some arts and crafts, and they even had a pizza party with the tight end.
It means the world. I mean, being a young kid in their shoes, I always wanted, like, when the people I grew up with come back, show love. So just being able to come to a community that loves me, show love to them means the world to me.
The Ravens weren't the only ones giving back this holiday season. The Los Angeles Rams gave holiday shopping sprees to kids in need. Their players and cheerleaders were paired with 100 kids between the ages of 5 and 14, and they were allowed to buy up to $200 in holiday gifts.
It feels amazing. You know, I remember being a little kid and this time being a special time for me and my family, and it just feels good, you know, to be able to, you know, lighten the day and lighten the season for these kids.
After the shopping, the kids were served a big meal, and this is great. It's wonderful.
Right.
And so we applaud them.
That's great.
But we still have to beat them.
Oh, yeah. And they're definitely going to have to, they're going to be in pain. In fact, look at this. Sunday at 1 o'clock, the Ravens will be taking on the Rams here in Baltimore, December 10th. If you cannot make it down to M&T Bank, be sure to watch that game right here on Fox 45, kickoff at 1. It may not be a Purple Friday, but that's not stopping some of our Fox 45 viewers from gearing up for Sunday's game against the Rams.
Never too early to get ready. Take a look at this. Holly getting ready for Christmas and Sunday, showing off her purple pride in a festive way. Holly says it isn't a Christmas tree without the Ravens on it.
Gary showing us that Flock Nation is in full display in Aberdeen. Look at this. Check out the huge purple tree. Gary says it's in Aberdeen's main town square.
My neighbor has a great purple display. I got to get a picture from him. We would love to see how you are supporting the flock. Scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla. All right, 6:16 now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is excited about the game.
Yes.
And about the temperatures that are going to come with it.
Yeah, the temps are going to be warming up. After today, we have a nice little warm up, even though it will be brief. We'll enjoy it while we can. Really, tomorrow and Saturday are the 2 days that just look real nice for doing stuff outside. Our Towson cam right now, a little on the colder side. You can kind of see some of that cloud cover just before the sun comes up. And what we're tracking right now is this. A few showers, snow showers, moving through central Pennsylvania and just to the north of the Mason-Dixon. So some of these showers may creep into our area as we get into the next couple of hours. This is all part of this trough of low pressure coming off the Great Lakes and some of that associated moisture as well. This is what it looks like on the hourly future scan. 9 a.m. You can see that little blue right there. Northern Harford County, Cecil County, even northern Baltimore County. So a lot of us won't see anything, but some of you up there may see a few of those flakes flying. It could be kind of a little bit of a wintry mix by about 10 a.m. as you head out toward Elkton. But by the time we get to the afternoon, we'll just see those clouds hanging around. The moisture pretty much done, and overall not as much wind that we've seen the last few days. And then those clouds clear out just before sunset. So we'll actually see colder temperatures as we head into, or cooler temperatures for tomorrow morning. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, our numbers here in the next hour will be in the lower 30s. We'll be in the mid 40s by noontime and in the mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So a little bit chilly for the afternoon. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, and your bird is the word cast. Upper 30s for Hank and his feathered friends through 9 a.m. Notice most of us will stay in the 40s, so still in the below average category for Cockeysville and Reisterstown over to Eldersburg, Catonsville, Baltimore City at 49. Looking at numbers for you in Howard and Arundel counties, also in the mid to upper 40s for Columbia and Elkridge out through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So up and down the 95 corridor, not too much different. We can see the colder temperatures to the north and warmer numbers to the south, with 52 in Richmond, one of the warmer spots this afternoon. All right, so here's a look at your future scan. You can see that system that we're talking about this morning moving out of here. Tomorrow, we get the return flow, so the southerly wind picks up and the warmer air comes in on the heels of that. And basically Friday and Saturday looking very nice. Notice we're not talking about any precipitation. Different story on Sunday morning. We'll see more of those clouds roll in. Those showers begin mid-morning, and then the heaviest rain doesn't look to come until really Sunday afternoon and even Sunday night. That's when that system passes through. Could bring a pretty decent amount of the wet weather as well. 2 weeks from today is the winter solstice. We're just 18 days from Christmas, Kwanzaa in 19 days, and now we have MLK Day there, 39 days away from that in mid-January. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for the Ravens. Yeah, make sure to have the Ravens rain gear ready to go on Sunday, but those temperatures are above average. So upper 50s tomorrow and Saturday, even close to 60 by Saturday afternoon, and Sunday could see some numbers in the lower 60s, even though that rain will be rolling in.
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and taking a live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street here. The inner and outer loop look great. No incidents report around the Baltimore region. D.C., that's a different story. Glad you don't live there. Now we want to get a check with Mark Jones on the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 400 operating with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 running 5 minutes late. Light rail right on schedule, holding to the timetable in both directions out there, and Metro Subway looking good still between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, no delay. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Israeli Defense Forces break through Hamas's defense lines, why Israel's prime minister is calling this a symbolic victory. That's ahead from our live center.
After several hearings, we're still waiting to see if any changes will be made to the current juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we press state lawmakers on their search for solutions. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.624 and making your headlines this Thursday morning. A budget shortfall could bring some big cuts to Maryland's transportation agencies.
John Gonzalez with our sister station in D.C. joins us live from Potomac with what that could mean for everybody out there. John.
Patrice and Tom, good morning. Yeah, this week Maryland officials are rolling out this new Maryland transportation budget plan, and it includes major cuts to highway and transit construction projects. The Moore administration is planning up to $3.3 billion in cuts, and that means airport parking fees and toll lanes could go up. The transportation plan would cut the budget for maintenance projects designed to keep roads and bridges in good condition by 30%. MDOT also plans a 40% cut in state aid to locally operated transportation systems. Reductions could see even day-to-day operations affected, including mowing lawns, picking up litter, and fixing potholes. I spoke with Robert McCartney, a retired Washington Post editor and the host of Think Regionally podcast.
I think one thing that Wes Moore is saving and protecting
is the Red Line light rail project in Baltimore. That's a lot of money. That's a very expensive project, and he's protecting that. He promised to do that for Baltimore, which always felt like it got slighted when the Washington area got the Purple Line.
Now, perhaps the biggest proposed cut is a $1.6 billion hit over 6 years to highway construction, scrapping for now critical work along US 15 in Frederick, the widening of Interstate 97 in Anne Arundel County, and a Capital Beltway exchange in Prince George's County. Reporting live in Montgomery County, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Bundle up this morning because we are expecting chilly temperatures for the afternoon still ahead when we can see a warm up.
And taking a live look from the Fox 45 Christmas tree. You see that right at the bottom of the tree. Our Countdown to Christmas giveaway continues. Stay tuned for your shot to win one of those gifts. Just wait for your cue to call. 626, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
To take a live look now at the Fox 45 News menorah, as tonight is the start of Hanukkah. Right as sunset, the Jewish holiday is celebrated through December 15th. For 8 consecutive nights, people of the Jewish faith gather with friends and family to light one additional candle on the menorah. The center one is lit, and that one lights all the other 8.
Well, welcome back on this Thursday. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how cold it's going to be for your first night of Hanukkah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Already starting off cold this morning, guys, and we've got another chilly day ahead of us. As we look at our HD radar right now, we're starting to see a little bit more of that moisture stream in from the north, coming right down 83. So a few flakes could be flying right around the border there, especially in northern Baltimore County, and that could spread over to parts of northern Harford County. When you zoom out, you can actually see how this spreads all the way up to central Pennsylvania, all the way up towards Scranton here at this time. So statewide, our temperatures cold enough to get that snow for sure. 31 in Baltimore City, 29 in Bel Air. We're at 34 currently in Westminster and Annapolis as well. On your morning drive, Mr. Bowe says overall we're good to go with temperatures staying in the 30s for the next couple of hours. And we'll top out today at 49. But by tomorrow and Saturday, we're right back to the mid to upper 50s. So we have a little brief warming trend as we head into the weekend. We're back with your full forecast. I will track that rain that's going to be impacting us on Sunday. We'll talk about it coming up.
Taking a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network and our drive times through the region. Good time to get up and out because you're in the green across the board. 9 minutes from 95 to 83 is your longest commute. Well, this morning, as lawmakers are at odds over youth crime laws, Fox 45 News has the fallout from a third juvenile justice hearing in Annapolis.
Now, Tuesday's hearing was likely the last chance for state leaders to come up with a juvenile crime plan before the session begins January 10th.
Olivia Dance joins us live with how Fox 45 News continues to press state lawmakers on their search for solutions. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the House Judiciary Committee has heard from police, prosecutors, the Department of Juvenile Services, and more. But we're still waiting to see if state lawmakers have any actual plans to make changes to the current juvenile justice laws.
We have the pieces from these three hearings to start to put together the legislation. And I think we'll be looking at issues related to probation, the length of time people are on probation, and a couple of the other issues.
So we'll be releasing stuff before, at the beginning of session.
It's still unclear exactly what those plans will be, but one thing that's garnering support from both sides of the political aisle, at least in the House, is accurate data about juvenile crime, especially when Vincent Schiraldi, the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, touts declining data.
I know that that's hard for people to swallow if they're one of the people whose cars that were stolen, but I don't think that's typical of what's happened with kids under 13. And I think the data shows that the kids under 13 are actually doing better now than they were before the law changed.
There are some questions as to, how much juvenile crime do we have? Depending on who you talk to, you have a lot of different ways of looking at it.
The Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime is down 66%. That is absolutely false. It might be down from their point of view, but it doesn't mean the real legitimate juvenile crime is happening.
When we asked Senate President Bill Ferguson about how he plans to address concerns when it comes to the transparency within DJS, we weren't given a direct answer. So while they debate data, the frontline prosecutors on the ground are seeing the impact of juvenile crime, and those prosecutors from around the state have voiced concerns about kids committing crimes and not being held accountable. Also, some lawmakers are calling for more resources for DJS, but again, nothing is finalized just yet. And it's starting to come down to who the lawmakers listen to, the prosecutors or DJS. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This brings us to our question of the day. Based on your experience, do you think the juvenile crime crisis is out of control? So far, 98% of those who have responded voted yes. If you'd like to make your voice heard right now, you can head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you feel like you're not being heard and you want to contact them, we've got their phone numbers and email addresses listed right there on the screen. On the heels of the juvenile crime hearing happening in Annapolis, Baltimore police have arrested 4 teens, 14 and 15-year-olds, for a carjacking in West Baltimore just south of Druid Hill Park. Police say the 4 teens were using a ride-share service when they got out of the car and assaulted the driver before stealing his car. The 4 teens were taken to Baltimore's juvenile justice facility. Police were able to find the victim's car.
State and city officials announced the installation of license plate reader technology as an effort to fight the ongoing crime across Baltimore. The readers will be used to provide real-time data to help Baltimore City Police Department catch carjacking, robbery, and other criminal suspects in the South Baltimore area of Locust Point and Riverside.
We're looking at technology. Oftentimes what people don't realize is how we're moving in a different way in which jurors want to receive information. And so one of the things also, the technology that the police are now going to be able to use allows us to have the probable cause oftentimes to have those stops, to get the guns out of the vehicles, to make sure that at this moment in time a vehicle is potentially stolen, that we now with this technology allow the police to do their job. And it's just an additional tool within the toolbox.
The installation a result of several community organizations coming together to win a grant to support the police department. 6:35 and making your headlines this morning. Congressman Kwesi Mfume announces $1.3 million for eco-friendly community development projects in Baltimore City.
The Green and Healthy Homes Initiative will receive $750,000 to renovate 75 homes in Baltimore City to improve energy efficiency and health outcomes. The Gwynn Falls Businesses and Homeowners Association will use $535,000 to transform 6 vacant lots into a community park in Southwest Baltimore.
Now you will have an opportunity to see a park and parkland go up in that area where children can play, where organizations can meet, where residents can walk is significant. It does away with that blight, and we, from an environmental perspective, always believe that parks are better than gravel and sand and dirt that just sits there and finds itself the home of debris.
Well, leaders for the organization hope these developments will help to revitalize the parts of Baltimore and provide more community activities for children. A teenager charged in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is set to be tried as an adult. The difference is in this case, now that it's out of the juvenile court system.
And everyone's just kind of concerned and looking around, and then boom, everyone's running. And I didn't even know what was happening. I was like, I guess we're all running, I'm running.
Multiple people are dead after a shooter opens fire on a Nevada campus. Topping our next half hour, what we know so far about the suspect.
Higher temperatures will move in for your weekend plans ahead of the next weather maker. What you can expect if you're heading down to the Ravens game. 6:37 is the time as you're starting to see the sunrise over that horizon. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A hefty cleanup ahead due to the atmospheric river that overtook western Washington and Oregon this week, causing rivers to flood and turning roads into temporary rivers, and causing collapses like these 2 roads in Tillamook County, Oregon on Tuesday. The county board declared a state of emergency on Wednesday.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
Israel's prime minister highlighting a symbolic victory this morning after their military says they broke Hamas defense lines.
Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly in the Live Center with a closer look at the significance of this. Shannon.
Yeah, like you guys said, leaders are calling this a symbolic victory. We are looking live over Gaza right now, where you can see what looks to be haze and smoke over the region. This breach of Hamas's defense lines is happening in the largest city in southern Gaza. The Israeli military surrounding the home of one of the group's key leaders. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explains further.
Last night I said that our forces can reach anywhere in the Gaza Strip. Now they encircled Sinwar's house. His house is not his fortress, and he can escape, but it's only a matter of time until we get him.
Netanyahu is also vowing the Palestinian Authority will not gain power of Gaza as long as he is prime minister. Meanwhile, Israel is approving an increase in the amount of fuel allowed to enter Gaza. This as international calls grow to help the civilians that are suffering in this war zone. We are keeping an eye out for any developments in the Middle East this morning, and we will bring you those details as we get them here in our Live Center. Patrice?
Thank you, Shannon. A Baltimore County substitute teacher says the school system ruined her reputation and isn't being truthful. Ahead in today's Project Baltimore report, how she missed out on thousands of dollars in potential income.
Felix Bautista is done for the year, which means the O's need to address one of their biggest offseason needs. What the team's newest addition is bringing to who they're going to be bringing to Birdland. 6:42 is the time.
.644 in your morning rush. Fox 45 News confirms a 17-year-old facing weapons and riot charges in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult.
This news comes 5 months after 2 people were killed, 28 others were hurt at that block party.
Olivia Dance joins us live now. And Olivia, how much jail time are we talking about for this teen?
Well, Patrice, now that the teen will be tried as an adult, he could be facing some serious jail time. Attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, says that the jail time will be based on his criminal history, but according to the teen's attorney, he doesn't have any. Baltimore police say that the teen can be seen in a video pulling out an assault weapon just before the shots rang out. Prosecutors argue that sparked fear and people, and quote, incited additional shootings. Of course, the boy's attorney has been pushing for the case to stay in juvenile court, arguing that we don't know if the gun is a real gun or a toy gun. And coming up in just about 15 minutes, Nachman explains why he wasn't surprised by the decision to try the teen as an adult. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Well, happening today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will be sworn in as Maryland's Association of Counties Board President. He will serve a one-year term.
A new grocery store is opening today in Owings Mills. It will be adding 28 new jobs and provide huge savings on high-quality groceries.
And you can celebrate the holiday season at the annual Monument Lighting right in Mount Vernon. The event will be filled with lots of performances, food, a fireworks display, and somebody I know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being out there to MC that. It's going to be a good time.
Fireworks?
It's going to be cold.
Yeah,
they end it with fireworks.
That's great.
All right, well, Baltimore County will soon be the home to a new pickleball facility.
It's called the Pickleball House, and it's opening its doors December 9th with complimentary play until the 17th. We'll have 8 indoor courts, some locker rooms, a lounge area with some TVs. Both seasoned and new pickleball players are welcome. The facility will host a grand opening event December 13th at 11, and then you get year-long memberships.
Sounds fun.
From pickleball to baseball, the Orioles make a deal with right-handed pitcher Craig Kimbrell on a one-year contract, $13 million for 2024 season with a club option for 2025.
Kimbrell is a 9-time All-Star and 2018 World Series champion with the Red Sox, with a lot of success tied to his name. Kimbrell was selected by the Braves in the 3rd round of the first-year player draft in 2008 and made his first major league debut May 7th, 2010. Now, during his 14-year career, he has played for the Braves, Padres, Cubs, Dodgers, Phillies, Red Sox, White Sox, and now Orioles.
It's a lot of socks. Yeah,
he's got them all. No, I think it's a big signing because obviously Batista going to be out for the entire year. We need a big closer. He did pretty well last year, so you know it's good to see that for sure. So
good.
And spring training.
Okay, yeah, we're talking about baseball, but it's not baseball. We still have football that we got to get through.
Right.
5 more games there,
I know.
and before we go to playoffs. So it's more like football weather.
It is definitely, yeah. There's no doubt about that. I just stepped outside myself. It's cold, campers, so make sure to bundle up as you're looking out. A little bit of that sun going to try to break through some of that cloud cover out there. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, and we are seeing the clouds. We're also seeing the potential for some flakes. Looking for some flakes. What did I think of earlier? I was trying to think of something with F and flakes. Finding the flakes. Trying to find the flakes. That's what I called it. So we don't have cameras up here. I just looked on the MDOT camera up there around the Hereford zone, and there's nothing here. So this is the radar showing that we're getting a few flakes flying around Shrewsbury, PA up there in 83. Also out in parts of Cecil County. On the other side of the Susquehanna, we're seeing at least the radar picking up some of the snow. Really, the actual snow looks to be falling around Harrisburg and Lancaster at this time. But some of these showers may leak into the area. So if you see them, please send the pictures or the video of what's going on. We don't have cameras up there, so we'd like you to help us tell the story. You can see kind of that larger system back through central PA, so that's bringing in some of that snow. This is our hourly future scan the next couple of hours through 7 and 8 o'clock this morning. And again, some of that might work right down into Cockeysville, Bel Air, Harford County, over to Cecil County through about 9, 10 o'clock. Kind of like what we saw yesterday with a few of those flakes flying around. But as we get into 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon, this latest model run showing some of those clouds actually moving out of here a little bit earlier and giving us some more sunshine. So ELO said, Mr. Blue Sky, happy to see you, and where have you been? Well, yeah, we hope to see that later on this afternoon. Low to mid 30s, even upper 30s through 9 a.m. on your Rise and Shine cast. Enjoy some coffee and breakfast here with us this morning. Reisterstown, we're going to see temps in the lower 40s by 10 o'clock, and we're only going to get to the mid to upper 40s. It's still going to be a chilly day. Should not be as windy as it was yesterday. Even in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, we're seeing those numbers into the 40s. And 50 is where we typically are for this time of year. Most of us below average across central Maryland, from the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge, and up and down the Chesapeake. But check this out, guys. 50s here into Friday and Saturday, and even some 60s on the way on Sunday. There goes that first system that's coming through the this morning. Not much to get in our way on Friday or Saturday. It's that next weather maker on Sunday that's going to change things up and bring more rain to the region as well. Shout out to Brittany N. in Rosedale. Look at that cute kitty right there with the little jingle bell. That is Raleigh, excuse me. I think it's Raleigh. I don't think it's Riley. I think it's Raleigh. So like the town. Anyway, Brittany, thank you very much for watching. We appreciate it in Rosedale, and we would love to get your pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 7-day forecast shaping up like this. Ravens weekend. We'll be doing Purple Friday tomorrow, and we'll see the rain coming in on Sunday. So you have to have the Ravens rain gear if you are heading out to that game. And then those temperatures drop next week. Tom?
All right, well, let's take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist who is at the Christmas Village at the Inner Harbor. Great picture right there. Yeah, you can see everything moving along. And then look at this. Not bad at all. The sunrise over Baltimore giving you, yeah, we can see why we're talking about the O's today. It's an orange glow up there and purple on the water. Not bad at all.
That's
and then,
perfect.
Of course, look at this other beautiful shot from one of our other photographers there in Pagoda, and in the park. So it's time to open up our next gift, though, with all this holiday spirit going on around here in our Christmas countdown to Christmas giveaway.
All right, well, let's get right to it.
We open up the gift first, then you call in and see if you can win this gift. So right now, as Patrice is opening up the box here, we're going to find out exactly what it is for you to be able to call in. It says Story Pod.
Story Pod. I'm not sure what Story Pod is, but we're about to find. Oh, out.
You want to help her out a little bit?
No, I don't get to do this part of the show.
Oh, all right.
But you came over.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm just curious.
All right, well, here. You can help take out
So the box
stuff
is
and
for real. Oh, nice. All right.
look at that.
Oh, cool.
And
Audio yarn characters.
it comes with, yeah, those are the
Little
characters.
characters that they
All
chill
right,
out
so
on.
this is Story Pod. This is a learning system. It engages kids with stories, music, skill building. It's worth $100. And
$100.
yeah, it sounds like this would be fun. And it goes for, you've got early stages 0 to 2, middle stages 3 to 5, later stages 6+. So this will last somebody a good long time.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, and the speaker system that are there, they're interchangeable color sleeves and all sorts of things. So not too bad at all. So the number right here, we're going to put that on your screen, 410-469-8308. Caller number 10 right now gets to bring home Story Pods home, and maybe you can re-gift it or keep it for yourself.
I'm ready for Christmas to sit back with a cup of coffee and open gifts.
It's time for a coffee break. We're opening gifts right now.
It's not time for Christmas yet, though.
Well, making your headlines this Thursday morning, Washington, D.C. is also dealing with a juvenile crime crisis, and it's forcing officials to reconsider their home release policies.
Sam Ford with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. has more on what a court is ordering the city to do.
With rising juvenile carjackings and other crimes in the city, the issue's been whether they should be locked up at the city's youth jail in Northeast or go to a number of group homes. When Judge Andrea Hertzfeld sent a girl arrested home because there was no group home space available for girls, the girl was later involved in a carjacking and crash that killed another teen. And Mayor Bowser spoke out against the home release.
If they've been, arrested for robbery after robbery, shouldn't be in a group home, in my opinion. They should be in a secure, detained space.
Hertzfeld ordered D.C. to find adequate group home space or face contempt of court. Today, city officials announced new contracts to provide another 24 group home spaces if needed, including more for girls. The head of a Georgetown program that works with youth said accountability is not just for youth.
I think it's important that we hold adults accountable, just like we've been talking about holding kids accountable, for making sure that we're providing safe, supportive bed space.
So what do you think of the trend now in the government, which is get tough?
I don't agree with it. I think we've been here. We saw it in the 90s. We saw it in the 2000s. And the reality of it is over the long run, it makes us less safe and it makes our communities weaker.
Why does the youth go into the system, come out the same day, sometimes several times in the same day? And how do we set boundaries around that?
Well, Fox 45 News is following the aftermath of the third juvenile justice hearing that was held in Annapolis. Lawmakers are still working on a solution to the juvenile crime crisis in the state ahead of the first legislative session that starts January 10th.
We've heard mention of a potential resource boost to the Department of Juvenile Services and an overhaul to how they collect crime data. But lawmakers are unified in saying that specific details will not be shared until the new year.
For more on our coverage of the juvenile crime crisis, you can head to foxbaltimore.com. And later in the hour, we're going to dive into the final juvenile crime hearing in Annapolis with a full analysis.
On the heels of the juvenile crime hearing in Annapolis, Baltimore police have arrested 4 teens, 14 and 15-year-olds, for a carjacking in West Baltimore, just south of Druid Hill Park. Police say the 4 teens were using a rideshare service when they got out of the car and assaulted the driver before stealing his car. The 4 teens were taken to Baltimore's juvenile justice facility. Police were able to find the victim's car.
Meanwhile, Baltimore City leaders unveiling a new license plate reader system, which will provide real-time data to help police catch carjacking, robbery, and other suspects in South Baltimore.
This is the definition of community policing. When you have a community who has identified what their issues are and has went out and initiated, advocated, and also collaborated with us.
Today we're celebrating license plate readers. We have cameras being installed in the southeast. We have better lighting happening downtown. We know that these community-based efforts, these infrastructure building initiatives, make a difference in creating a place where crime is less accessible and less possible.
City prosecutors say the license plate readers will help them build stronger cases against accused thieves and carjackers, which may lead to more convictions.
A teen arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. Coming up next, a legal expert explains just how much jail time he could be facing.
An active shooter at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, leaves 3 people dead. Straight ahead from the Live Center, what we're learning about the suspect and the ties he may have had to this school.
Temperatures are cold this morning. We're tracking the potential of a few flurries in some spots. We'll talk about the warmer numbers as we head into the weekend. Fox 45 Morning News rolls on right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, December 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Pearl Harbor Day Remembrance Day is today, and we need to find out exactly if we will get warmer or colder.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that answer.
Yep, guys, we're going to have at least one more chilly day today before we actually see those numbers go up. However, we're also tracking some rain to go along with that for the weekend. Tom mentioned it earlier, kind of an orange and purple start to the morning, which I like a lot. So that's our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. It's cold right now, and our temperatures are hanging out in the 30s and 20s statewide. 27 in Oakland, 36 Frederick, Westminster at 34, right at 32 in Laurel, and just above freezing in Baltimore City. We're also tracking the potential of a few flakes flying coming out of Harrisburg and Lancaster, but may see some of those move into our northern regions here in the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says, though, we're good to go with mid to upper 30s for the next few hours, so make sure to get those bun warmers on if you got them. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's see. Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now as we take a look at the highways around our region. We see people up and out and moving, but no issues to report if you're about to head out now. Well, this morning, Fox 45 News confirms a 17-year-old facing weapons and riot charges in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult.
Now, the news comes 5 months after 2 people were killed. 28 others were hurt at that block party. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with a closer look at this case. Olivia?
Well, Tom, now that the teen will be tried as an adult, he could be facing some serious jail time. Attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, says that the jail time would be based on his criminal history. But according to the teen's attorney, he doesn't have any.
In adult court, obviously, you're instead of facing rehabilitation, you're facing potential jail time. He's facing the potential for serious jail time. Whether or not he would actually get serious jail time is a totally separate issue.
Baltimore police say the teen can be seen in this video pulling out an assault weapon just before shots rang out. Prosecutors argue that sparked fear in people and, quote, incited additional shootings. Again, the 17-year-old arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is being tried as an adult. The charges against him include possession of an assault weapon and riot charges. Shortly after the teen's arrest, his attorney Michael Clinkscale was pushing to have the case remain in juvenile court, arguing that we don't know if the gun was a real gun or a toy gun. But Nachman is not surprised by the decision to try the teen as an adult, considering that 2 people died and 28 others were injured in that shooting.
In this situation, given the balance of the evidence and weighing all the factors, I'm sure the judge made a determination that he should be tried an adult.
Now, 4 other teens have been arrested in connection to the shooting, but so far, none of the suspects have been directly charged with the 2 murders. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow the suspects connected to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and keep you updated on each of their cases, along with any new arrests as they are announced. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
When it comes to tackling the juvenile crime crisis, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is saying whether you are a juvenile or an adult, if you break the law, you will be held accountable. Right now, we are just about 5 months away from the primary race for mayor. Then the general election happens the following November. We are asking voters where they stand on crime and if they want a tougher approach like that of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
Yes. Why? Because you got to pay for the crime you commit. You need to. Maybe you won't do it no more. The tougher you get.
I think I've heard that message before and nothing ever happens.
I'd like to hear more about schools and changing the education system.
The May primary is quickly approaching. We can expect to hear more from both candidates on their plans and voters on what they want to see from their city leaders.
Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon takes more of a tough-on-crime stance than incumbent Mayor Brandon Scott. New poll numbers indicate that messaging and her campaign overall is resonating with voters. The poll from Lake Research Partners in Washington, D.C. surveyed 800 likely voters in the Democratic primary for Baltimore mayor. Initially, it showed Dixon polling at 39%, with Brandon Scott at 31%. But after those surveys heard profiles of each candidate and statements on Mayor Scott's time in office, the poll showed Dixon with the 14-point lead. Yesterday, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott about the numbers.
I've never been a person that believed in polls. There's only one poll that matters, and that's Election Day. If we follow polls, right, the last time we had this election, I was polling at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%. And what happened on Election Day? And also, what I would also say that polls that are given and done by people who have an agenda are always going to show what they wanted to show.
We also brought the numbers to Sheila Dixon. She says the poll indicates how people feel and what they're thinking.
I'm encouraged by the numbers and the support I'm receiving daily, only showing that our message of criminal accountability, safer neighborhoods, better schools, cleaner communities. I think polls give you a sense of where people's minds are and what they're thinking. And that's always important because you want to be able to be responsive to what people think and what they're feeling. And people don't feel safe. People don't see the accountability in city government that they need to see. People want to be able to have good schools in their neighborhoods and their children to be safe and going to schools. And so all of those are factors that when you are in public office, you have to listen to these issues. And then you have to come up with a plan and react and have the kind of leadership that's going to execute a way to resolve so many of these things that are happening.
Fox 45 News is your election headquarters. We will continue to follow the Baltimore mayoral race along with the other big races. You can follow all of our coverage on our website, foxbaltimore.com. This morning, we are following new developments about the man suspected of shooting and killing 3 people and injuring another on the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly. She's in our live center as this investigation continues. Shannon.
And right now this morning, guys, we are starting with a live look outside UNLV. This is in Las Vegas, and classes here are canceled for the rest of the week. The suspected shooter was found dead. His name has not yet been made public, but we do know he is a 67-year-old college professor, and according to the Associated Press, he recently applied for a job at this university. Reports of an active shooter started coming out around noon yesterday, sending swarms of police to campus. Students and staff were put on lockdown, barricading themselves inside classrooms as this terror unfolded. The gunman was killed in a shootout with law enforcement, according to police, but not before taking 3 lives and injuring another. Those victims have not yet been identified. Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman speaking out on the tragedy.
The fear that permeated every one of those children, every one of those professors. It's a very difficult time, and it's time for us, as the adults. Enough. It is enough.
Now, this is coming more than 24 hours after a deadly gun rampage in the Austin-San Antonio area. A 34-year-old man is charged in connection with that deadly shooting spree that put multiple cities in Texas on high alert. Shane James right here is accused of killing 6 victims, including his own parents, and injuring 2 police officers. The shooting spree started early Wednesday morning in Austin when one officer was shot outside of a school. 2 hours later, a double homicide crime scene was discovered. Later that afternoon, a bicyclist was shot, and that night, double homicide scenes were found in Austin and in San Antonio. Now, according to Austin police, the suspect faces capital murder charges with more charges pending. We'll continue to track both of these cases for you right here in the live center. Patrice and Tom.
Well, it's 7:09 now. We want to get another check of the forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers, and maybe somebody out there in Maryland is seeing a couple flakes fall.
Yep, that's what we're going to show you. Our HD radar right now picking up on some of this light snow. Again, a lot of this could be in the upper levels of the atmosphere, but it looks a little bit more potent there. Once you get past Perryville, up into Elkton and over toward the Delaware and Maryland line. So that's where we're seeing some of those light showers. Again, if you're seeing a few flakes flying, go ahead and send us a video or some pictures so I can see what's going on. When you look back a little bit farther to the north, up toward Harrisburg and into York, that's where we're seeing a few more of those showers. So if you're heading north on 83 this morning, going up into Pennsylvania, that is what you were going to run into. Now, as you head out the door, grab a jacket. Have the sunglasses, though, because we do expect to see those skies clear out for the afternoon. Actually going to see more sunshine, and no need for the umbrella today. That'll change on Sunday when the rain starts rolling in. So out for a run or a jog next few hours, mid to upper 30s. Make sure to layer up if you're going to be outdoors for the exercise. Got a couple of real nice days ahead for us, guys. We'll talk about just how much warmer we get into Friday and Saturday. That's coming up in just a few.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. You can see traffic's moving along just fine. There's no issues to report around the Baltimore region right now. The only issue, the only marker that we do have is there's one at the Fort McHenry Toll Plaza. And there is a little accident there, and I'm trying to get some information on it. It's a vehicle fire that is causing some slowdown, so maybe some Gawker delay or Gaper delay as you're looking at a vehicle fire being extinguished. Developing this morning, Maryland transportation officials rolling out a budget plan this week that will cut major highway and transit construction projects. The Moore administration reportedly planning up to $3.3 billion in cuts.
Airport parking fees and toll lanes could also see increases. The transportation plan would cut the budget for maintenance projects designed to keep roads and bridges in good condition by 30%. MDOT also plans a 40% cut in state aid to locally operated transportation systems.
I think one thing that Wes Moore is saving and protecting is the Red Line light rail project in Baltimore. That's a lot of money. That's a very expensive project, and he's protecting that. He promised to do that for Baltimore, which always felt like it got slighted when the Washington area got the purple line.
Well, the biggest proposed cut is a $1.6 billion hit over 6 years to highway construction. Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines at this hour. A Baltimore County substitute teacher put on the, quote, do not use list without her knowledge, why she says the school system isn't telling the truth as she loses out on thousands of dollars in potential income.
And up next, new charges in the Carver Vocational High School shooting, an analysis of what the shooter's parents are facing, and more. That's after the break. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
If you're a parent or guardian and you're participating or complicit in violence being perpetrated in Baltimore, then you just need to bring the family pack of the toothbrushes. because my administration will hold the entire family accountable.
Now, Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office announcing more than 36 charges against a 15-year-old and his parents after a triple shooting that happened right in the beginning Carver High School in October. Well, the shooting created chaos for students and parents and teachers. Two 15-year-olds, a 16-year-old were also injured by the gunfire as another student was beaten and pistol whipped. Police were able to quickly point to the suspects, a mother, a father, and their teen son. Joining us now to break down the 36 charges they're now facing is attorney and peace spokesperson Yuripsi Morgan. Yuripsi, thanks again for coming in.
Good morning.
When you hear about this, when you hear the school shooting, right away, we remember that morning where it was like breaking news, and you start hearing about it, and you go to, oh my goodness, it must be a mass shooter, a gun shooter that's happening here in Baltimore. Then you find out, no, it's actually a dispute between two teens, and the parents encouraged the one teen to do it.
Right. I mean, this is a situation where the parents were complicit in what happened. According to the allegations, they drove their son to the school and then assisted in the assault. It's crazy.
And we also heard from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. They said it's all caught on camera.
Yes, absolutely. It was caught on camera. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to say that they didn't do this. I think legally speaking, they're in a lot of trouble. But I think there's also the community aspect of this too, as well, right? You have parents in Baltimore City who are complicit in aiding their child in committing violence. I mean, it's mind-blowing.
The parents are participating in the beating, the pistol whipping of their son. They watch that happen. Then that 15-year-old, their son, takes off and goes after another 15-year-old who then pulls out a handgun. They are all going to be going into school, but that other 15-year-old pulls out a handgun, shoots. Their son gets injured, the other 15-year-old, and then a random 16-year-old bystander. So you're hearing two guns that are pulled out right there afterwards. One already had it on them. The culture there in front of that school, just to go into school for classes, the other students, other teachers, other parents dropping off their kids.
That's what's very frustrating about this, is that the ease at which these kids had these guns, the access that they had to them. I mean, and you're right to talk about the culture, right? And when we go into the community with peace, when I talk to community members, that's exactly what they talk about being afraid of. It's the fear that, look, everybody is in danger at any given time. Our kids are not safe when they're going to school. And that this kind of thing, although, yes, it culminated in this news story, you know, these parents are being accused of assisting in this, but the reality is that it is something that a lot of people fear on a regular basis, and so far there hasn't been much done by this administration to ease that fear.
We've heard also from state leaders too. In Annapolis, they were saying, you know what, let's hold off on changing the juvenile justice laws because we don't know about the data coming in yet. It hasn't been enough time to be able to prove if they're working or not. We heard that from Senator Will Smith. He said that. He was talking about it. Others are saying, no, we should have had a special session months ago to address this.
And that's absolutely right. Like, what more evidence do you need? How many more kids, how many more people need to be shot or attacked or beaten in Baltimore City before you compile enough evidence to say that this law simply isn't working? And we've already heard from a number of law enforcement, from state's attorneys across the state, Democrat state's attorneys, of course, who are saying this is not working. This is hampering our ability to keep people safe. If you need more evidence, then I think at this point you're willfully blind.
Last question for you, coming from an attorney and also peace spokesperson. Do you think Ivan Bates is going to use this kind of as a, hey, this is going to watch how we handle this case? You're going to see how every other case is handled?
Absolutely. Okay. Look, I know the mayor has tried to make an effort to say, you know, I'm going to keep people accountable, but I think that the ability of the state's attorney to do it is going to be a turning point.
All right, Yuripsi Morgan, thank you. I appreciate it. Now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that forecast. And yeah, I'm hearing that there are flurries falling around the, around northern Baltimore County.
Yeah. Also. All right, so also, okay.
And Carroll County.
All right, cool. Thank you, guys. Downtown Baltimore camera, a lot of cloud cover that is out there, even though that sun is poking through right now. And we are getting some of those reports. You can see that from our HD radar right down 83 and then right up over northern Baltimore, Harford, and into Cecil County. That's where we're actually seeing some good amount of flakage right there from rising sun out through Chesapeake City at this time. So if you're heading north on 95, probably going to run right into that. And then north on 83 up into Harrisburg, you're also seeing more of those snow showers. This is just a weak little system that's going to be passing through over the next couple of hours. This is what I talked about earlier, and you can actually see that here on our hourly future scan. So we're seeing that right now. By about 10 a.m., this will start to move off to the north and the east and actually starting to clear out in that 1 and 2 o'clock hour for the afternoon. We'll see a little bit more sunshine, and overall, those temperatures Still going to be chilly, but at least we'll see more sun and a little less wind today. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures in the 30s this hour, mid-40s by noon, mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, it will be chilly, so make sure those kids are bundled up. 50 is where we typically are this time of year. Most of us in the mid to upper 40s here. Those temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties, and even some low to mid 40s for Bel Air and Aberdeen today. Over to Northeast and Elkton, 43 Chesapeake City for your high this afternoon. Check in the temperatures tomorrow and Saturday in the mid to upper 50s and then lower 60s on Sunday, even though we have to deal with some rain on Sunday. This is 10 o'clock on our model for Sunday morning. So right as you're getting ready for the game, we're talking about some showers moving in. And then overall through most of the game, at least the beginning of the game on Sunday, right around 1 o'clock is when some more of those steady rain showers begin. It looks to be that the heaviest rain comes after about 5 or 6 o'clock on Sunday evening, and then really could see a pretty good amount of rain between about 6 p.m. and 11 o'clock on Sunday night. This will be a very dynamic system with breezy conditions, windy conditions, and that heavier rain. Some mountain snow behind that as that colder air pushes in as that cold front moves through. So either way, just plan for that rain on Sunday. Here's that 7-day forecast. Upper 40s today, mid to upper 50s into Friday and Saturday, and then lower 60s on Sunday, even with that rain that's coming through. But the colder air coming next week.
Well, thank you, Justin. And still ahead, I'm taking a look now at how the winter weather affects you, the health dangers of the colder weather, and what you can do to stay safe. That's coming up in our second half hour.
The holidays are a great time to have a festive drink. Just be Claus. In today's Hometown Hotspot, we're checking out all the boozy beverages you can treat your elf to at Christmas time in the Christmas Village. 722, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.724, and whether you're excited to see beloved Gingy or you're looking for a ginger cocktail, it's all happening at the Christmas Village.
We are live talking with Ipek Ivakhan from Winter Wonder Bar and Miriam Hintersdorf, also known as Gingy. Good morning to the both of you.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, let's start with Gingy because
Gingy saying hi.
Gingy gets the honor of cutting the 10th anniversary cake. Is that right?
Yes, in honor of our 10th anniversary, we'll be celebrating Gingy's 10th birthday next Saturday, December 16th, with, of course, a birthday cake, lots of games, and, of course, a present for Gingy.
Oh, well, yeah, and it makes sense. And I see Gingy standing behind the bar with you. So what are you serving up in the Wonder Bar? Do you have any hot toddies this morning?
So here at the Winter Wunder Bar, this is inspired by our summer events Wine Village. We have cold cocktails like the margarita. We have our beloved marshmallow mule. And we also serve cold, warm drinks like eggnog and a minty mocha and, of course, slushies.
Wait, what is the minty marca?
I don't know, but all of it sounds good.
So the minty maca is basically hot chocolate with like peppermint syrup, whipped cream, and the perfect winter drink to warm yourself up.
Oh, see, that's what I said. It sounds good. All right, so not only do you have the drinks and you've got Gingy, you also have rides, which maybe you should do before you do the drinks.
I'm sorry, could you?
You have rides there as well?
Fries? Yes.
Rides.
So, well, they
Like,
oh, rides.
Yeah, the rides.
Yes.
There we go.
Of course, like Christmas Village is a family-friendly event. We have our beloved historic carousel here, and on the other side of Christmas Village, we have our Ferris wheel, which offers an amazing view of the Inner Harbor. So I can recommend everyone to take a ride on that.
All right, sounds good. We're going to check back in throughout the morning, but
Yeah, thank you so much. A wonderful good time there. For more information, you can go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, we are looking cold this morning with less wind, though, than we had yesterday. Our next chance for a warm-up coming up after the break.
After several hearings, we're still waiting to see if any changes will be made to the current juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we press state lawmakers on their search for solutions. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Some of you may have an accumulation of flurries out there, just barely a dusting that you may have to warm up the car a little bit extra this morning.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast.
Yeah, temperature's definitely cold enough for that precipitation to be of the white variety. As we take a look outside right now and show you what's going on. This is our Towson camera. We do have a lot of those low clouds, or the clouds hanging around, and the sun that is now up, but not seeing much of the sun. This is our HD radar. A little bit overdone here. It is showing some of those flurries that are flying, but check some of the cameras up there on 95. Not really seeing a lot. Some of you saw some of that in northern Baltimore and Harford County. So overall, this is just kind of a brief little preview of the winter with upper 40s that we're going to see today. Now, actually, we'll see more sun as we head later into the afternoon, even though those clouds are around right now. Temperatures, though, only in the 40s. After today, numbers climb nicely. We're going to be in the mid to upper 50s for Friday. Saturday, close to 60 degrees with plenty of sunshine. So we've got a couple of real nice afternoons ahead of us. Back with your full forecast. We have some rain as well and potentially some thunderstorms, in December that we have to talk about on Sunday. More on that in a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And around the Baltimore region, just volume really is what's going to greet you if you're heading out there now at 7:32. Everybody else, it is you're moving along fine. No issues to report around Baltimore. As you can see, the time to get down the JFX from 695 down to President Street, it takes you 9 minutes, which is not bad at all. Also this morning, as lawmakers are at odds over youth crime laws, Fox 45 News has the fallout from a third juvenile justice hearing that was held in Annapolis.
Tuesday's hearing was likely the last chance for state leaders to come up with a juvenile crime plan before the session begins in January.
Olivia Danch joining us live this morning with how Fox 45 News continues to press your state lawmakers on the search for solutions. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, the House Judiciary Committee has heard from police, prosecutors, the Department of Juvenile Services, and more. But we're still waiting to see if state lawmakers have any actual plans to make changes to the current juvenile justice laws.
We have the pieces from these three hearings to start to put together the legislation. And I think we'll be looking at issues related to probation, the length of time people are on probation, and a couple of the other issues.
So we'll be releasing stuff before, at the beginning of session.
It's still unclear exactly what those plans will be, but one thing that's garnering support from both sides of the political aisle, at least in the House, is accurate data about juvenile crime, especially when Vincent Schiraldi, the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, touts declining data.
I know that that's hard for people to swallow if they're one of the people whose cars that were stolen, but I don't think that's typical of what's happened with kids under 13. And I think the data shows that the kids under 13 are actually doing better now than they were before the law changed.
There are some questions as to, how much juvenile crime do we have? Depending on who you talk to, you have a lot of different ways of looking at it.
The Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime is down 66%. That is absolutely false. It might be down from their point of view, but it doesn't mean that real legitimate juvenile crime is happening.
When we asked Senate President Bill Ferguson about how he plans to address concerns when it comes to the transparency within DJS, we weren't given a direct answer. So while they debate data, the frontline prosecutors on the ground are seeing the impact of juvenile crime. And those prosecutors from all around the state have voiced concerns about kids committing crimes and not being held accountable. Some lawmakers are calling for more resources for DJS, but again, nothing is finalized just yet. And it's starting to come down to who the lawmakers listen to, the prosecutors or DJS. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore County substitute teacher says her reputation has been damaged, costing her thousands of dollars in lost income.
And as Project Baltimore's Chris Peps explains, the teacher says it's all because the school system made a mistake that it won't correct.
Jen Reedholm sat down with Project Baltimore.
Yeah.
Because she's out of options.
I don't know why I can't get a straight answer.
For 6 years, she's been fighting to clear her name.
There's an incident attached to me that doesn't belong to me.
A fight against her own employer. Baltimore County Public Schools.
That makes no sense. But Baltimore County Schools doesn't seem to make a lot of sense most of the time.
Reed Home began substitute teaching for BCPS in 2017. Specifically, she wanted to work at Warren Elementary in Cockeysville, her community school, where her own children went.
It was in my neighborhood. I knew the community, I knew the children, I knew the teachers.
Warren Elementary, like many schools, struggles to find substitute teachers, and Reed Home wanted to help. But after getting her teaching certificate, she noticed she wasn't getting any job opportunities at Warren. Not understanding why, she started asking questions and learned her name was on the Do Not Use list. What did you think when you found out that you were on the Do Not Use list?
I didn't know what to think. I just wanted to know why. Why would I be on such a list? I mean, what could I have done ever?
For the next 5 years, Reed Home tried multiple times to have her name removed, but all of her attempts failed because the initial principal who put her on the list in 2017 left the school. And each principal since has relied on that 2017 account of what happened. Finally, in October 2022, Reed Home learned why she was put on the list in the first place when she received this letter from BCPS Central Office. The letter described an unsafe incident that occurred. According to the letter, she left a class she was responsible for unattended while working at Warren Elementary. But Reed Home says that never happened. It's impossible. For one reason.
I never substituted at the school, and I have proof.
The district has not told Reed Home the exact date of the alleged incident, making it more difficult for her to disprove. But this is Reed Home's online employment history. And you can see, according to BCPS's own records, she never worked at Warren Elementary. What do you want?
I want my record cleared, and I want to be removed off the Do Not Use list.
Project Baltimore reached out to Baltimore County Schools asking why Reed Home was on the Do Not Use list when she never taught at Warren Elementary. We received this reply. Baltimore County Public Schools cannot discuss personnel matters. We encourage Ms. Reed Home to follow up with the Division of Human Resources for further assistance. Reed Home has contacted BCPS again. She hopes to quickly resolve this issue, which she says has cost her family a lot of money in lost work.
Maybe $20,000 or $30,000.
That you missed out on.
Yeah, missed job opportunities.
That's a lot of money.
It is.
But perhaps more importantly, Reed Home's name is attached to something she says she didn't do, and she wants it fixed.
I don't know what the future holds, but if there's something on my personnel file that doesn't belong to me and it could come up in a job interview, that's a problem. How am I supposed to explain that?
Reed Home, as we mentioned, was on the Do Not Use list at Warren Elementary for 6 years. But during that time, she was still allowed to teach at other schools. If somebody did something so bad they were banned at one school, why would they still be allowed to teach at other schools? That part of the story, Monday. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Coming up, holiday spending is rising above projections. What the new data shows and how much Americans are spending, that's straight ahead.
We're looking at a cold Thursday morning. In fact, flurries on Federal Hill right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has our next chance for a warm-up and some rain. He'll explain after the break. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
7:42 is your time. It is 18 in front of 8 o'clock on your Thursday morning. Yeah, you zoomed in here to Fed Hill. Can see a couple of those flakes kind of flying around right now. Getting a few pictures in and some videos as well of some light flakes in your neighborhood or flurries. Temps today are going to only get to the upper 40s. So we have another chilly day, not as much wind, and we will see a lot more sunshine as we head toward the afternoon. So a high of 49 today will drop to the mid-30s tonight. Then actually upper 50s on Friday. Talk about those warmer numbers and how long they stick around coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Now taking a look at your headlines coming up within the next hour.
A new red light camera system coming to Baltimore. We have an analysis of the plan and what the city hopes to accomplish.
Colder temperatures mean cold and flu season are in full swing. After the break, the steps that you can take to stay healthy and safe as these temperatures drop. 7:43.
.45 now. The Maryland Department of Health reported the first cold-related illness death in Maryland for the 2023-24 winter weather season. It happened in Baltimore County. Dr. Cheyenne Fallett, Assistant Medical Director at the Adult Emergency Department of the University of Maryland Medical Center, joins us this morning with more on how to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Good morning.
Good morning.
So this person who died was an older gentleman between 70 and 80 years old, and that is among the population that's among some of the most vulnerable, right?
Correct. Both extremes of age, children and elderly people are at risk of hypothermia compared to the general population.
So let's talk about ways to stay safe when it is cold, because we know this is just the beginning of the cold season. What do we need to know?
Absolutely. So keep an eye out for alerts from the Maryland Department of Health. There are various different alerts, such as a code blue warning, a winter advisory, weather watch. All of these mean slightly different things, but essentially confer that we are at an increased risk of cold-related illnesses, be that frostbite, frostnip, hypothermia, the whole range of them. If the kind of alert like that comes out, make sure you stay inside if at all possible. And if you have to go outside, make sure you dress in layers, hats, gloves, scarves, and keep yourself warm.
And talk about using heat sources when you are in your home and you need some extra heat.
Yes, make sure you set your temperature inside to 68 degrees or higher, especially when we have those extremes of age in our own household. And if you have to use a space heater to supplement that heat, make sure you keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable in your home, and that your carbon monoxide detector is up and running and ready.
And if you are in need of a warming center because you're just not getting it at your home, or you don't have a stable home situation, where do they go for help?
There are phone numbers to the various warming centers, depending on where in Maryland you are residing. There is a list of them on the Maryland Department of Health Office of Preparedness and Response website that you can pull up and call depending on where you're residing.
And sometimes you're outside and you think you've done all the right things. You think you have enough layers and you have to be outside. Give me some of the signs and symptoms to look out for when some of the frostbite and the cold-related illnesses start to set in that you don't recognize as, you know, I'm at the beginning stages of a problem.
Definitely. So frostbite and hypothermia are a little bit different. With frostbite, you might start to see some pinking or discoloration, paleness in your fingers or toes or any kind of exposed areas. And you might start to feel them burning or kind of tingling, especially if you then go inside and you're able to rewarm them a little bit. With hypothermia, you may initially kind of sense yourself ramping up, your heart rate, your breathing rate, everything kind of rises, and you might start to see some difficulty with fine motor skills. As the hypothermia worsens and you start to really enter that danger zone, you'll start to feel everything slow down, meaning your heart rate and your breathing, but also your mental status and your neurologic status. So things like confusion, fatigue, lethargy, and things like that will start to set in.
All right, good information to know. Dr. Pallett, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, take a look at this. Yeah, we've got some photos of some snow. If you squint a little bit, you can see it made out right there. This is in Hampstead. As Shawnee Sarah in this picture with us this morning from her backyard. You're starting to see a little bit. In fact, we've got a little bit more of that collecting in other areas. Athena, here a little bit more, also sent this picture from Rosedale. You can make out some of the flakes that are accumulating on her car. If you're seeing any snowflakes, be sure to chime them in right now, because we're seeing flakes fall right now at the Conowingo Dam. And you can send in your pictures to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Well, it's 7:49 now. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And Justin, when I left here at like 11:30 yesterday, I rode through just a full-on snow flurry assault.
Yeah, I saw that on my way up to Philly yesterday, too, on 95 North. I drove right through it, and I was like, okay, and this is what it looks like right now, and this is one of the shots that we have out there with some of those flakes that are flying. Shout out to Allison, who sent me a picture in Perry Hall and White Marsh, also Rick in Annapolis, and Melinda in Dundalk, all seeing a little bit of that light snow. Now, it's not a big snowstorm, and it's, you know, stuff to get excited about. We're in the holidays. I mean, we're deep into the holidays now, so nice to see that for sure. Now, on our HD radar, it looks like it's snowing more heavily in the northeastern part of the state, up toward Harford and Cecil counties, up toward Elkton as well. And again, a lot of us just getting a few of those flakes flying around. The further north you go, that's when you're running into more of those snow showers up toward York and Harrisburg, PA as well. And you can kind of see the larger picture. This is just a weak little system that's going to be passing through within the next couple of hours and should be out of here by noontime today. But either way, you can see in our hourly future scan, still a little bit of moisture left over and some of that colder air making for a few of those flakes that are flying. Through about 10 o'clock this morning, should be moving out. And by the time we get to about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, still some clouds around, but we do expect clearing and more of those blue skies to return as you get into the afternoon and evening time as well. On your MetroCast day planner, will be in the 30s here next hour. Overall, still a chilly day with temperatures in the mid-40s through noon, and we'll be in those mid to upper 40s for a lot of us later this afternoon. But warmer temperatures are right around the corner. You can see those numbers today, mainly in the low to mid and upper 40s here, and that's going to continue up and down the 95 corridor as well. Looking at the Ravens game on Sunday, your Ravens cast right here on Fox 45. The Rams will be in town, and it's going to be rainy. But look at those temperatures. We do expect those numbers to get into the 60s. So that's what we're looking at for your temperatures game time. This is the future scan on Sunday morning. You'll start to see those rain showers develop right around game time. It's more of the steady to light rain showers. And then after the game. This is about 7 o'clock on Sunday evening. Some heavy rain is going to be possible, possibly some thunderstorm activity with a gusty wind picking up. We've got a very dynamic system with the heaviest rain between about 6 and 11 o'clock at night. And then look at that snow line right there. It quickly changes from rain to snow. Will some of that snow get here? I don't believe so. Pretty sure the western mountains will get some of that snow, but then that cold air is going to rush in and the wind is going to pick up, dropping our temperatures next week. 7-day forecast looks like this. Upper 40s today, mid to upper 50s on Friday and Saturday, and lower 60s Sunday. But yeah, Monday we're right back to the upper 40s with the blustery conditions, even though we're dry through the early part of next week.
Coming up, holiday spending is performing above expectations. What the new data shows and how much Americans are spending, that's straight ahead.
Can you believe how awesome this Christmas tree looks in our studio? Still ahead this morning, we'll tell you when it's your chance to call in and win big in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway.
I can't believe you made that joke. I need coffee.
And there's no leaves that are on a Christmas tree. They're needles.
Again, it's time for our coffee break.
Yeah, I need some. I'm confused.
needle you to stop. It's what happens there.
There. The perception of the economy being bad is not impacting spending. In fact, Americans are actually spending more than we were last year.
A recent CNN poll shows 71% of Americans rated the economic conditions as poor. Yet, according to a Gallup poll, consumers are estimated to spend an average of $975 on gifts this year. That is $100 more than 2022. It's also the highest average holiday shopping budget since Gallup began tracking the measure in 1999.
We're looking forward to a weekend warm up, but will we see rain on Sunday as the Ravens are taking on the Rams? They're hosting them right here in Baltimore. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking potential ahead in his full weather authority forecast.
And if you are looking to get into the proper Christmas spirits, stay with Fox 45 Morning News. In today's hometown hotspot, we're heading to the Christmas Village where it's feeling like part of the North Pole right here in Charm City. 7:57, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We're taking you in the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It's 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
A teen charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. The impact this will have on the case moving forward.
3 confirmed dead after a shooting on a college campus in Nevada. Just ahead from the Live Center, we'll have the latest on the ongoing investigation.
And a shooting rampage in Texas leaves 6 dead, including the suspect's parents. How police connected crimes all across 2 cities.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, December 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, as some of us out there are dealing with a little bit of accumulation on the cars and driveways.
Some light snow moving through, kind of what we saw yesterday as well, even colder this morning. So some of that may stick just a little bit more. As we take a look outside right now, this is the Inner Harbor. Overall, a lot of cloud cover out there. Taxi, as the water taxi makes its way across the bay there. And you can see on our HD radar from Bel Air out through Aberdeen and up into Edgewood right there on the 95 corridor and up toward Elkton is where we're seeing the most snow being picked up on that HD radar. And you can see that HD radar as we pull out a little bit farther back toward Lancaster and up and toward York, PA as well. So on your out and about cast, numbers in the 30s and 40s for the next couple of hours. We'll see those low to mid and upper 40s as we take you into the 1 o'clock hour this afternoon. So still chilly today, but some warmer numbers as early as tomorrow. Back with your full forecast coming up.
8:01 now here in Baltimore. Fox 45 News confirms a 17-year-old facing weapons and riot charges in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. That news comes 5 months after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt at that block party.
Olivia Dans joining us live this morning with a closer look at this case. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, now that the teen will be tried as an adult, he could be facing some serious jail time. Attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, says that the jail time would be based on his criminal history. But according to the teen's attorney, he doesn't have any.
In adult court, obviously, instead of facing rehabilitation, you're facing potential jail time. He's facing the potential for serious jail time. Whether or not he would actually get serious jail time is a totally separate issue.
Baltimore police say the teen can be seen in this video pulling out an assault weapon just before the shots rang out. Prosecutors argue that sparked fear in people and, quote, incited additional shootings. Again, the 17-year-old arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is being tried as an adult. The charges against him include possession of an assault weapon and riot charges. Shortly after the teen's arrest, his attorney, Michael Clinkscale, was pushing to have the case remain in juvenile court, arguing that we don't know if the gun was a real gun or a toy gun. But Nachman is not surprised by the decision to try the teen as an adult, considering that 2 people died and 28 others were injured in the shooting.
In this situation, given the balance of the evidence and weighing all the factors, I'm sure the judge made a determination that he should be tried as an adult.
4 other teens have also been arrested in connection to the shootings, but so far, none of the suspects have been directly charged with those 2 murders. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow the suspects connected to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and keep you updated on each of their cases, along with any new arrests as they are announced. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
When it comes to tackling the juvenile crime crisis, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is saying whether you are a juvenile or an adult, if you break the law, you will be held accountable. In fact, right now, we are just about 5 months away from the primary race for mayor, then the general election happening in November. We are asking voters where they stand on crime and if they want to be a tougher approach like that of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
Yes. Why? Because you got to pay for the crime you commit. You need to. Maybe you won't do it no more. The tougher you get.
I think I've heard that message before and nothing ever happens.
I'd like to hear more about schools and changing the education system.
The May primary is quickly approaching. We can expect to hear more from both candidates on their plans and from voters on what they want to see from their city leader.
Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon takes more of a tougher on crime stance, some say, than incumbent Mayor Brandon Scott. New poll numbers indicate that messaging and her campaign overall is resonating with voters. The poll from Lake Research Partners in Washington, D.C. surveyed 800 likely voters in the Democratic primary for Baltimore mayor. Initially, it showed Dixon polling at 39%, with Brandon Scott with 31%. But after those survey heard profiles of each candidate and statements on Scott's time in office, the poll showed Dixon with a 14-point lead. Now, we're following new developments this morning about the man suspected of shooting and killing 3 people and injuring another on the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly. She's in our live center as this investigation continues. Shannon.
Well, we're starting this morning, guys, with a live look here over UNLV, where classes are canceled for the rest of the week. The suspected shooter was found dead. Now, his name has not yet been released to the public, but we do know that he is a 67-year-old college professor, and according to the Associated Press, he recently applied for a job at this university. Reports of an active shooter started coming out around noon on Wednesday, sending swarms of police to campus. Students and staff were put on lockdown, barricading themselves inside classrooms as this terror unfolded. The gunman was killed in a shootout with law enforcement, according to police, but not before taking 3 lives and injuring another. Those victims have not yet been identified. Now, Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman is speaking out on this tragedy.
The fear that permeated every one of those children, every one of those professors. It's a very difficult time, and it's time for us, as the adults, enough It is enough.
This coming more than 24 hours after a deadly gun rampage in the Austin-San Antonio area. A 34-year-old man is charged in connection with that deadly shooting spree that put multiple cities in Texas on high alert. Shane James here is accused of killing 6 victims, including his own parents, and injuring 2 police officers. The shooting spree started early Wednesday morning in Austin when one officer was shot outside of a school. 2 hours later, a double homicide crime scene was discovered. Later that afternoon, a bicyclist was shot. And that night, double homicide scenes were found in Austin and in San Antonio. Now, according to Austin police, the suspect here faces capital murder charges with more charges pending. We'll continue to track both cases for you right here from the Live Center. Patrice?
State lawmakers are at a stalemate over juvenile crime. In our next half hour, Fox 45 News continues to push for solutions after another hearing ends with little progress.
Baltimore County substitute teacher put on the do not use list without her knowledge, costing her thousands of potential dollars of income. Topping our next half hour, why she says the school system isn't being truthful.
Tracking those colder temperatures here for today, feeling like December for sure as the holidays are here. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about warmer numbers as we head toward the weekend.
And before we head into break here, we want to take another check of your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And we are tracking an accident on Maryland 100. It's the right lane is blocked. We're looking at a serious backup. As you can see, it's slowly moving there in the camera. The other big backup is on the outer loop right at the bottom of 83. When you're getting onto 695 and 83, there's multiple vehicles there over to the right-hand shoulder, but that's causing a big backup. And you're backed up all the way to Route 1 because of that accident on the outer loop near Towson.
(8:11) and topping your consumer news, mortgage rates are back down to 7% again after surging past 8% in October. That is jump-starting the refinance market.
Applications to refinance increased 14% from the previous week and were 10% higher than the same week a year ago, suggesting the higher rates that people bought at last year will start falling. And a new report shows that women are significantly more likely to be living paycheck to paycheck than men.
Vero Bank says overall, more than 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck with factors, but the report says about 59% of women live this way compared to 41% of men. The report surveyed more than 1,000 Americans.
And don't underestimate the cold weather. Coming up, we share some tips on how you can protect yourself this winter from getting sick or even something as serious as death.
But first, calling all drivers. A new red light camera system is coming to Baltimore City. After the break, we're going to take a look at whether or not it will raise money for the city. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.15 in Baltimore City is adding 8 more new red light camera locations in the city in the hopes of raising revenue and enhancing safety. David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance is joining us now to analyze the effectiveness of these red light cameras. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Tom. And you mentioned the revenue, right? And that's the key point here is they're trying to raise money. But if you look at what's happening with these red light cameras, there's not a lot of money that's being generated by this. Last year, it was about $6 million, and this is out of 220,000 tickets. And this is something that people may not know is that about 100,000 tickets weren't even paid. So people didn't pay a lot of these tickets. And we know that Baltimore City is in a real financial crunch here. I mean, they're looking at deficits next year, and they're looking for any kind of revenue. And I really hope they don't think that this is like the big cash cow. This is what's going to do it because, as I said, $6 million. I mean, it's $6 million, but it's not $100 million, and there's a lot more to go.
Well, and David, I mean, we keep adding them to them, so you're going, okay, well, you can drive around Baltimore and see the old camera systems, the old red light camera systems and speed cameras, right next to the newer ones that they are even switched over to the latest version of whatever they are. So how much does it cost for the upkeep versus how much they actually are raising?
That is a great question, and Los Angeles actually discontinued their red light camera system because it costs more money than what they were bringing in. And you know, you're going to have these contracts that are going to be renegotiated, and right now the tickets are about $75 a ticket. But people are only paid about $51 on average. So if you know, take in the contract fees, the management, you know, it really is going to cost more probably in the end than what they're going to bring in. And listen, there might be some revenue, but you know, this really is there's deeper problems in Baltimore City, and the privacy concerns. Tom, think about this is our surveillance tactic that they're taking pictures of your license plate. So there are a lot of privacy concerns here that not enough people are talking about.
Privacy, and then a lot of people say, well, if these actually are effective, they should be in basically go into the red, because that means they're working. That means less people are going through these red lights, getting violations. So it should cost the city actually more money as it moves along, if it's effective.
If it's effective, and we've seen that with the JFX speed cameras, where they projected a lot of revenue and it doesn't come in. And that happens all the time, doesn't it, Tom? As they say, well, we're going to generate X amount of revenue, but it never comes into that amount. And there's a deeper hole in the budget because of that. And again, there's a lot of issues here. And, you know, Houston looked at this, and it's not reducing the accidents. Right. In fact, it's increasing accidents because people are slamming on their brakes. They're afraid to get a ticket. And now you have a whole nother problem. So, yeah, there's a lot of questions and very few answers. Yeah.
All right, David Williams, Taxpayer Protection Alliance. We appreciate your expertise here.
Thank you.
Sure. We're getting more pictures of snow falling around the area. Justin sent us this picture from Bel Air. Take a look at this. Yeah, see, there's a little bit more accumulation out there. I've got some on my driveway. It's just about that thick right now, too. Aaron sent us this picture of snow starting to cover their pool cover in Fallston. Can we go that? There you go. That's a nice pool. Aaron, where do you live? We want to hang out there this summer. That's a great pool. Yeah, not bad. Look at that. All right, and then Lauren sent us this picture from Cockeysville. Not as much accumulation either, but Lauren, we could cook at your house, then head over to Aaron's house and jump in the pool. Wouldn't be that bad.
We've got it covered. And then we have a picture from Kristen in Abingdon, and we thank you for sending in. No lounging on the patio with all that snow.
No, not today, but this summer, we've got a lot of different homes. Make sure you put your address in these pictures when you send them in so we could stop by and hang out with you.
Oh, boy. All right, well, let's see if we have snow falling now or if things are changing. Meteorologist Justin Chambers this year.
Yep, we definitely have the cold temperatures that are here as well, and we're continuing to see the chilly day ahead for today. Right now, though, out over downtown Baltimore, this is our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Lots of cloud cover. Sun is now up. We saw it peek through the clouds a little while ago, but this is the current HD radar, and where the bulk of the moisture is at least being picked up on the radar right there is in the northeastern part of the state. So from Edgewood up into Aberdeen, out toward Elkton, Bel Air, saw some of those pictures there. Even for you out in Kent County, seeing a little bit of that as well on the eastern shore. This all kind of tracks back toward Lancaster and Harrisburg, and this is all just kind of a weak system that is coming off the Great Lakes and rolling through our area. There's a lot of dry air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, so kind of shutting that snow machine off, even though our temperatures are cold enough to see a little bit of that accumulation. But the reason that we're not seeing more is because of that dry air, so we don't have an actual snowstorm. Just kind of a passing blow with some of these showers coming through over the next hour or two. Taking you to the afternoon, though, we'll see those clouds hanging around, and we do expect to see more sunshine, especially later today and into the evening tonight as skies clear out. So golfers, yeah, probably not the best day to get out there in your forecast. 37 next hour with 40s by noontime and even the mid to upper 40s for your highs. Those temperatures staying chilly across Carroll and Baltimore counties, out through Harford and Cecil counties as well. A lot of 40s for today. Eastern Shore, you're seeing a lot of those 40s for Rock Hall and Chestertown over through Centerville as well. In terms of the Ravens game on Sunday, yeah, it's going to be wet, but our temperatures are in the 60s. Remember, kickoff is at 1 o'clock at the bank. Let me show you what's going on with some of our long-range models right here. This is what we look at on Sunday morning. We'll see those showers begin and then steady rain through kickoff. As we get later into the afternoon and evening, the heavier rain is coming. So this is after we're done with the game. This is about 7 o'clock on Sunday night. We could see some potential thunderstorm activity with that warm air and also that instability in the atmosphere and that heavy rain that's going to be through about 11 o'clock tonight. So 11 o'clock on Sunday night, excuse me. That's what we're talking about. Then that colder air rolls right back in. So kind of a dynamic system. We'll keep our eye on that. No need to go weather alert, but obviously we'll keep our eyes on that for that potential. Upper 40s today, mid to upper 50s into Friday and Saturday, and even lower 60s Sunday before the cold returns next week.
8:21 and developing now. The Maryland Department of Health reported the first cold-related illness death in Maryland for the 2023-24 winter weather season. It happened in Baltimore County. The person who died was an older gentleman, 70 to 80 years old. In that population, some of the most vulnerable. Dr. Cheyenne Pallett, Assistant Medical Director of the Adult Emergency Department at the University of Maryland Medical Center, joined me earlier this morning to share tips on how you can protect yourself this winter.
Make sure you stay inside if at all possible, and if you have to go outside, make sure you dress in layers, hats, gloves, scarves, and keep yourself warm.
If you want more tips on how you can stay healthy this winter, you can watch the rest of the interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The Ravens' push to the playoffs starts this Sunday against the Los Angeles Rams right there at M&T Bank Stadium. How the team is embracing for the tough road ahead.
And what better way to holiday sweet treats right here in Baltimore. After the break, all the enchanted holiday dishes. When you think of the Christmas Village, you probably think of the food, but maybe you want to shake it up a bit this year?
Yeah, we are actually taking you live, talking with the owner of Enchanted Cakes and Treats. So we're still talking about food with Carrie Shirley, and she's shaking and baking her way into the holidays. Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing really well, but not as well as you are. You're down at the Christmas Village, and you need to have all things presented Christmassy, and we're talking about the sweet treats. Oh, here we go. Now we're starting to see what you're standing behind. Tell us about what you have in front of you.
Yes, so we have 15 gourmet cupcakes. We've got cake cups, French macarons, cookies, chocolate-covered cheesecakes, caramel apples. We have jumbo cookies. We, of course, have our award-winning milkshakes, which I'm going to decorate the top of this just to show you real quick how exciting these milkshakes are. I'm going to try to do this one-handed, so we're going to see if I can do this.
You're a pro. How long have you been doing the Christmas Village, Carrie?
So this is our second year. We do have a local bakery in Baltimore, so I've been doing this for 9 years altogether, but this is our second year here.
Oh, well, look, that's why you were able to do that, no problem. One-handed and all.
Amazing. Yeah, one-handed.
If you ever get out of the baking industry and want to come report for us, you could do that too. I mean, you're able to handle this no problem at all.
Exactly. All right, so Carrie, you obviously enjoy this because you're just all smiles and festivity. What's the favorite among what you bring out? Do people gravitate toward one thing or all 15?
The hot chocolate bombs and the milkshakes. The hot chocolate bombs are something that are really hard to find, and we have all these different flavors, so it makes it really exciting.
All right.
That's pretty cool.
Carrie Shelley right down there at the Christmas Village. Shocker, though, that it would be the milkshakes because it's cold, but all right, I can see it. Yeah, it looks great.
All right, well, if you want information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. All right, with Felix Bautista set to miss the 2024 season, the O's address one of their biggest offseason needs. Still ahead, what the club's newest addition brings to the back end of the bullpen in the season ahead.
And it is another chilly afternoon, but we won't have as much wind. Coming up, when we can expect our next warm-up. 8:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
There it is. Hanukkah starting tonight. We've got our menorah here in studio and happy Hanukkah to everyone who celebrates. It is Thursday, December 7th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm Tom Rogers. And yeah, we have a lot of festivities around the holidays here in our studio. Yes. And we have some baking also, which is distracting right now.
I know. We're always hungry in here, and there's always good food in here, so we're lucky.
Somebody that likes to eat?
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Tom. Yep. Shannon, good morning to you as well. And looking outside right now, definitely have some of those cold temperatures that are hanging around and even some flurries that have been flying in some spots. You continue to send in those pictures, and we do appreciate it, the videos as well. Our Towson cam, lots of cloud cover around right now, and you can see on our HD radar where some of those light snow showers are falling. Basically, Edgewood North, up into Aberdeen, up into Elkton, across the Susquehanna, and right up into Delaware, the kind of Delaware, Pennsylvania, Maryland triangle, if you will. You can see that HD radar, and basically over the next hour or so, we'll still have a few of these flakes that'll be flying. Statewide, temperatures in the 20s and 30s in western Maryland, mainly 30s for Bel Air and Baltimore, down through Westminster at 36, 35 currently in Annapolis. So on your out and about cast, numbers will climb to the 40s for the next few hours and mid to upper 40s for the afternoon. Still going to be a chilly day today, but we have warmer numbers on the way for tomorrow, and we'll talk about that coming up.
A Baltimore County substitute teacher says her reputation has been damaged, costing her thousands of dollars in lost income.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joins us live to explain why this teacher says it's all because the school system made a mistake it won't correct. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, so this is 6 years ago that this first happened to Jen Reedholm. She's a substitute teacher in Baltimore County, as you said. And 6 years ago in 2017, she started substitute teaching. And she wasn't getting jobs at Warren Elementary, which is a school that she wanted to substitute teach at. So she started looking into it, and she found out she was on what's known as a do not use list, which individual schools can put together. The principal puts them together for substitute teachers that you don't call in the event that you need a substitute teacher. Well, for 5 years, she was trying to find out why her name was on the do not use list. It wasn't until 2022 that she finally learned. She got a letter from the HR department of Baltimore County Public Schools saying that she had created an unsafe incident in Warren Elementary when she left a classroom unattended, and that classroom had students in it. The only problem is she never worked at Warren Elementary. We looked at her entire employment history with BCPS. BCPS's own employment records show she never worked at Warren Elementary. Well, it's now been 6 years that she's been trying to get off the do not use list. So she contacts Project Baltimore. We get involved. She's currently in discussions with BCPS. I mean, right now, this is happening. And we hope to have an update soon on what this situation is going to be. Now, this is just one substitute teacher who's having an issue, but you know that if there's one person having this issue, it is very unlikely that she is the only person having this issue. It comes down to organization, and it comes down to how school systems are operated. So we're going to stay on this story and find out what happens to Miss Reedholm in the do not use list.
Chris Papps with Project Baltimore. Thank you. We look forward to the follow-up.
Thank you.
This morning, as lawmakers are at odds over youth crime laws, Fox 45 News has the fallout from a third juvenile justice hearing in Annapolis.
Now, Tuesday's hearing was likely the last chance for state leaders to come up with a juvenile crime plan before the session begins January 10th.
Olivia Dance joins us live with how Fox 45 News continues to press state lawmakers on their search for solutions. Olivia?
Well, Shannon and Tom, the House Judiciary Committee has heard from police, prosecutors, the Department of Juvenile Services, and more. But we're still waiting to see if state lawmakers have any actual plans to make changes to the current juvenile justice laws.
We have the pieces from these three hearings to start to put together the legislation. And I think we'll be looking at issues related to probation, the length of time people are on probation, and a couple of the other issues.
So we'll be releasing stuff before, at the beginning of session.
It's still unclear exactly what those plans will be, but one thing that's garnering support from both sides of the political aisle, at least in the House, is accurate data about juvenile crime, especially when Vincent Schiraldi, the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, touts declining data.
I know that that's hard for people to swallow if they're one of the people whose cars that were stolen, but I don't think that's typical of what's happened with kids under 13. And I think the data shows that the kids under 13 are actually doing better now than they were before the law changed.
There are some questions as to, how much juvenile crime do we have? Depending on who you talk to, you have a lot of different ways of looking at it.
The Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime is down 66%. That is absolutely false. It might be down from their point of view, but it doesn't mean the real legitimate juvenile crime is happening.
When we asked the Senate President, Bill Ferguson, about how he plans to address concerns when it comes to the transparency within DJS, we weren't given a direct answer. So while they debate data, the frontline prosecutors on the ground are seeing the impact of juvenile crime. And those prosecutors from all around the state have voiced concerns about kids committing crimes and then not being held accountable. Some lawmakers are calling for more resources for DJS, but nothing is finalized just yet. And it's starting to come down to who will the lawmakers listen to, the prosecutors or DJS. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, this brings us to our question of the day. Based on your experience, do you think the juvenile crime crisis is out of control? So far, as you see on the bottom of your screen right there, 98% of those who have responded voted yes. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Fox 45 News confirms a 17-year-old in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the latest updates on how the case and how much time the teen could be facing.
You're going to want to grab the jacket, the gloves, because it's another chilly start to your day.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next weather maker and how it will impact Sunday's Ravens game. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And make sure you get in the holiday spirit by winning $100. Why not? Or maybe even $5,000. Now, the only thing you have to do is scan the QR code right there on your screen, play our daily holiday trivia question. Every day, Monday through Thursday, you could win the $100 Visa e-gift card. And then each Friday, you'll be in the running to win the weekly national prize of $5,000. Scan the QR code and try your luck at holiday trivia. John Cisna, congratulations on winning $100 yesterday for the trivia question.
In your election 2024 coverage, former President Donald Trump is raising some eyebrows after an interview with Fox News Channel host Sean Hannity.
Now, these claims are regarding Trump will abuse his power if he returns to the White House.
Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border, and I want to drill.
That's not.
Trump then repeated his assertion that he won't be a dictator, quote, except for day one. President Biden is ramping up his warnings that Trump is determined to destroy American democracy. In response to Trump's remarks, Biden's campaign manager says in a statement that Trump is telling Americans he will be a dictator on day one and, quote, Americans should believe him.
Well, there's some more debt relief coming for many student loan borrowers. Still ahead, how much additional student debt relief the Biden administration says it will be forgiving.
But first, it is beginning to look a lot like Christmas because we've got a holiday classic sweet treat here in our studio. After the break, we're going to show you how to make the proper gingerbread cookie. It's 8:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, we are continuing to bring you the Christmas joy through cookies. And we've got a classic today. Joining us this morning, owner of Bethany's Bakery, Bethany Fisher, with some renditions of Gingerbread Man.
Yes.
And I mean, it just looks beautiful. This whole table just kind of speaks for itself.
Yes,
I'm hungry.
definitely.
It smells good. But talk about the process of, making these. Was it difficult?
No, it's not too bad. So we start off with making the gingerbread dough.
Okay.
And that actually rests out overnight. And then once it rests overnight, then you can roll it out and kind of use the cookie cutters. You can use whatever you like. We chose gingerbread.
gingerbreads, and then cut it out, bake them off, and then they're ready to decorate.
Oh my God, and it's just a staple. I remember growing up making gingerbread houses.
Exactly.
And okay, so for people who do want to decorate, can you show us, the frosting and how you get into this?
Yeah, so this right here is a royal icing. It's egg whites and powdered sugar, and you just mix that to the right consistency. And for a normal gingerbread, we're just gonna do a little smiley face.
Oh, and you make your own frosting?
Yes, we do.
Wow. Oh, I love it.
And some little squiggles on the arms and legs.
And it's so easy. I mean, I feel like this is a fun activity to do with your kids.
Can do, and they can make them look whatever. And then some red buttons.
Gotta do the buttons. Okay, so can I get in on this?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so let's see here. So, and where are you guys located?
We are located in Cockeysville, Maryland, right on York Road.
So what's your biggest advice for people who are, trying to bake this holiday season?
Have fun with it. The holidays are already stressful enough. You might as well just have fun with it.
Yeah,
do a fun little activity with your kids.
Even if they don't turn out perfect, like mine there. Oh my goodness. Okay, so tell us what all the other things that we're looking at. We've got some reindeer here, it looks like.
Yeah, so my favorite thing to do with a gingerbread cookie is to take a normal cookie and then turn it upside down, and you can make a reindeer by just adding the antlers.
Wow.
Eyes. And a little red nose.
Ah, that is so beautiful.
A little reindeer cookie.
Oh my goodness. And it looks like this frosting is a little bit different than the typical type of frosting.
It is, yeah. It's definitely a thicker consistency.
Yeah.
That way it dries hard. So that way whenever you touch any of the cookies, it's a nice hard surface.
Well, it looks great, Bethany.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming in. And we need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to find out if we have any wintry weather in our forecast for these gingerbread men and holiday treats.
Well, we've had some snow hanging around this morning, some flakes that have been flying, and some of you seeing a little bit of light accumulation out there. You can see on our HD radar right now, this is what we're looking at. Actually, if you can pull up weather 1, please, that'd be great for the forecast. Yeah, this is what you're seeing right there with the HD radar. And there we go, looking at the shot there of Camden Yards. A lot of cloud cover that is out there at this time. And overall, we've seen a few flakes that have been flying around. And some of you, again, just a little light accumulation with the system that is coming in from the north and from the west. So that is moving right across our area. The HD radar right now, just picking up a few of those light flurries. And you've kind of seen that here this morning. Definitely cold enough to get the snow, but we have a lot of dry air in the mid levels of the atmosphere. It's kind of shutting off that snow machine, so to speak. So over the next couple of hours, we'll see in our hourly future scan, a couple of these showers kind of lingering, then they'll continue to move out of here to the north and to the east. We'll see those clouds hang around through about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then we are going to see more sunshine. At least we expect to see more sunshine before it goes down, and then mainly clear skies for tonight. Hank the Bird, good morning to you. Yeah, our temperatures here in the upper 30s next hour, with temps in the 40s here through noon and mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So overall, our high temps below average, 50s where we typically are this time of year. We're in the mid to upper 40s and even some lower 40s as well. Now, what I want to focus on is Sunday and that next weather maker that's going to bring the potential for some significant rain. This is about 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. Notice those rain showers starting to begin, and a couple of steady showers right at the beginning of the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. And then the heaviest rain looks to come about 6, 7 o'clock tonight. I'm sorry, 6, 7 o'clock on Sunday night. And then Sunday between, I'd say, 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., the heaviest rain is going to be rolling through here. On the backside of that colder air, you can see that green change over to blue. So most of that snow will stay in the mountain locations, but either way, we'll keep our eyes on that very dynamic system. Brittany N. sent me this picture from Rosedale. Look at Raleigh right there, Raleigh the kitty with a little bell around the neck. So thank you for that, Brittany. I appreciate that. Hope you all have a Merry Christmas in Rosedale. And we love getting those pet pics. Keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'll try to get on as many as I can over the next few weeks. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. Upper 50s Friday and Saturday, and even with the rain on Sunday, it's going to be kind of mild with lower 60s around for the Ravens game. And then those temps drop off significantly next week, back to the upper 40s and lower 50s.
Topping your Sports Unlimited headlines, the Orioles make a deal with right-handed pitcher Craig Kimbrell on a one-year contract for the 2024 season with a club option for 2025.
Now, Kimbrell is a 9-time All-Star and 2018 World Series champion with the Red Sox, and a lot of success tied with his name. Kimbrell was selected by the Braves in the 3rd round of the first-year player draft in 2008 and has made his first Major League debut May 7, 2010. During his 14-year career, he's also played for the Braves, Padres, Cubs, Dodgers, Phillies, Red Sox, White Sox, and now $13 million for 1 year with the Orioles.
Well, the Ravens are fresh off of their bye week and back at the bank this Sunday to face Odell Beckham Jr.'s former team, the Los Angeles Rams. Now, the Ravens not only have the toughest remaining strength of schedule in the league, but a chance to do something really special.
I just know I always played against the Ravens, and it was always tough. It was always difficult. It was a team that, was just relentless, tough football. And, sitting here now at 9-3, definitely, know that there's an opportunity, but it comes with the same thing that we've been doing, for the first 12 games.
Let's take a look at where the AFC North currently stands heading into week 14 here. The Ravens remain in the top spot, 9-3, as both Steelers and the Browns take a loss in week 13. They are now 7-5. Bengals remain at the bottom, 6-6, despite their Monday Night Football win over the Jaguars. Surprising win there. The Ravens will take on the Rams right here in Baltimore this Sunday, December 10th. And if you cannot make it down to M&T Bank, be sure you can watch this game right here on Fox 45. Kickoff is at 1.
And we want to see how you are cheering on the Ravens all season long. Be sure to send us all of your favorite photos and videos of you rooting on the flock through the Chime In app at foxbaltimore.com or the WBFF app. This is all powered by Stackla.
8:52, and yeah, we have a bright spot for you this morning. Just in time for the holidays, a warm welcome home for our military heroes in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, I love this. 275 members of the Oklahoma Air National Guard returned home after a 4-month deployment to the Middle East. Family and friends were on hand to welcome back their loved ones. The Guard members were overseas to provide support for other U.S. troops in the area.
Christmas in Charm City looks a lot like the North Pole. In today's hometown hotspot, we're dashing through the snow to the Christmas village you know. On the way we go. Holiday festivities.
I love it.
In our show.
And Fox 45 Morning News is giving our viewers the chance to win one of the amazing gifts under this tree. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we'll tell you exactly when you need a call to win big. And here's another win for you this morning.
That's right. It's cold outside. It can be warm inside.
It's time for a coffee break. 8:57, and the Biden administration is bringing more debt relief for many student loan borrowers. The administration says it is forgiving an additional $4.8 billion of student debt relief for more than 80,000 borrowers. The latest announcement brings the total debt relief to almost $132 billion. The Secretary of Education says the administration is fixing the, quote, broken student loan system and will continue to provide more relief for borrowers.
Need to take out some student loans myself. U.S. crude oil prices tumbled below $70 a barrel for the first time since July. And this bodes well for consumers who could see gas prices fall even more. As of Wednesday, national average price for regular gas, $3.22 a gallon. That's an 11-month low. Analysts are contributing the oil sell-off to soft demand from China and a record-setting supply from the U.S.
Well, the rich just keep getting richer. That's according to the Federal Reserve. Data through the first half of the year found that the top 1% of American earners now control more wealth than the nation's entire middle class. That amounts to about $38.7 trillion split among America's wealthiest. The data doesn't necessarily mean everyone else is getting poorer. It just shows the richest are increasing their wealth faster. And now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
It is so unfortunate that 1 in 3 women will be assaulted in their lifetime, and that is a very scary statistic. And that's why I love Bling Sting, because you can feel safe and look fashionable all at the same time. And I insist that both my daughters carry this pepper spray because it's maximum strength, and it has a 12-foot direct range. It also has a UV marking device that stains the target for up to 48 hours, which is really helpful for police to identify the attacker. That is really, really unique. And all it takes is one quick spray in the assailant's face to make them stop. It's also portable and it's easy to conceal, which I just did if you don't want anybody to see it. And they come in all these bright colors. They got camo too, so many patterns that you can pick your style and you can clip it anywhere. Like you can clip it to your backpack, you can belt loop, purse, wherever. And you know, this product gives me peace of mind knowing I'm protecting my daughters and myself. And right now, this is really, really great. We are offering 25% off the Bling Sting pepper spray. So head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. They're gonna go fast, so you wanna get this right away.
A teen arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will be tried as an adult. Coming up next, a legal expert explains just how much jail time he could face.
Multiple dead following a campus shooting at UNLV. The troubling connection the gunman had with the university.
Our temperatures cold this morning, feeling like December for sure. We'll be taking a look at what we can expect with those warmer numbers right around the corner.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Looking live, excuse me. There was a frog in my throat.
Oh, no.
Better than under the Christmas tree. That's where we're looking right now because we are in the Christmas spirit and you can still win plenty of great prizes in our countdown to Christmas giveaway. So make sure you keep watching and we will give you all the details.
And Hanukkah starts tonight. Happy Hanukkah to all of you that celebrate, and thank you so much for tuning in this morning.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Thursday, December 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Shannon Lilly. Let's start with meteorologist Justin Chambers and a check of the forecast because it's feeling a little wintry out there.
Absolutely. Another day where we have some flakes kind of flying around, and you've been sending some great pictures and videos in of said snow. Right now, it's mainly just those clouds that are out there. We're kind of looking off to the north and the east, and that's where we're actually seeing the best chance of getting any kind of that precipitation of the wintry variety. 36 your number in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River, 32 in Joppatown, 33 in Bel Air, and we've made it up to 37 in Baltimore City. So still another 12 degrees to go for our high temps today. Mid to upper 40s, yeah, still on the chilly side. Not as windy today, and we do expect to see some more sun by the time we get into the afternoon. We'll take a look at that. Plus those numbers that are going to be warmer as we get into Friday.
All right, well, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are tracking an accident on 95 southbound in Elkridge. You can see the slowdown there. The left lane is blocked there. Traffic still moving through just a little more slowly, as you can see from the cameras there. Here in Baltimore, Fox 45 News confirms a 17-year-old is facing weapons and riots charges in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and will be tried as an adult.
Now, this news comes 5 months after 2 people were killed. 28 others were hurt at that block party. Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at this case. Olivia?
Shannon, now that the teen will be tried as an adult, he could be facing some serious jail time. Attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, says that the jail time would be based on his criminal history. But according to the teen's attorney, he doesn't have any.
In adult court, obviously, you're instead of facing rehabilitation, you're facing potential jail time. He's facing the potential for serious jail time. Whether or not he would actually get serious jail time is a totally separate issue.
Baltimore police say the teen can be seen in this video here pulling out an assault weapon just before the shots rang out. Prosecutors argue that sparked fear in people and, quote, incited additional shootings. Again, the 17-year-old arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is now being tried as an adult. The charges against him include possession of an assault weapon and riot charges. Shortly after the teen's arrest, his attorney, Michael Clinkscale, was pushing to have the case remain in juvenile court, arguing that we don't know if the gun was a real gun or a toy gun. But Nachman is not surprised by the decision to try the teen as an adult, considering that 2 people died and 28 others were injured in the shooting.
In this situation, given the balance of the evidence and weighing all the factors, I'm sure the judge made a determination that he should be tried an adult.
Now, 4 other teens have been arrested in connection to the shooting, but so far none of the suspects have been directly charged with the 2 murders. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News will continue to follow the suspects connected to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and will keep you updated on each of their cases, along with any new arrests as they are announced. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
When it comes to tackling the juvenile crime crisis, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is saying whether you're a juvenile or an adult, if you break the law, you will be held accountable. Right now, we're just about 5 months away from the primary race for mayor, and then the general election happens the following November. And we're asking voters where they stand on crime and if they want a tougher approach like that of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
Yes. Why? Because you got to pay for the crime you commit. You need to. Maybe you won't do it no more. The tougher you get.
I think I've heard that message before and nothing ever happens.
I'd like to hear more about schools and changing the education system.
The May primary is quickly approaching. We can expect to hear more from both candidates on their plans and voters on what they want to see from their city leaders.
Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon takes more of a tougher on-crime stance than incumbent Mayor Brandon Scott. New poll numbers indicate that messaging and her campaign overall is resonating with voters. The poll from Lake Research Partners in Washington, D.C. surveyed 800 likely voters in the Democratic primary for Baltimore mayor. Initially, it showed Dixon polling at 39% and Brandon Scott with 31%. But after those surveyed heard profiles of each candidate and statements on Scott's time in office, the polls showed Dixon with a 14-point lead.
I've never been a person that believed in polls. There's only one poll that matters, and that's election day. If we follow polls, right, the last time we had this election, I was polling at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%. And what happened on election day? And also, what I would also say that polls that are given and done by people who have an agenda are always going to show what they wanted to show.
We also brought the numbers to Sheila Dixon. She says the polls indicate how people are feeling and what they're thinking.
I'm encouraged by the numbers and the support I'm receiving daily, only showing that our message of criminal accountability, safer neighborhoods, better schools, cleaner communities. I think polls give you a sense of where people's minds are and what they're thinking. And that's always important because you want to be able to be responsive to what people think and what they're feeling. And people don't feel safe. People don't see the accountability in city government that they need to see. People want to be able to have good schools in their neighborhoods and their children to be safe and going to schools. And so all of those are factors that when you are in public office, you have to listen to these issues. And then you have to come up with a plan and react and have the kind of leadership that's going to execute a way to resolve so many of these things that are happening.
From the Live Center this morning, we are following new developments about the man suspected of shooting and killing 3 people and injuring another on the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus. Starting with a live look here over UNLV. This is the student union. You can see police cars lining outside here. Classes are canceled for the rest of the week as the suspected shooter was found dead. His name has not yet been made public, but we do know that he is a 67-year-old college professor. And according to the Associated Press, he recently applied for a job at this university. Reports of an active shooter started coming out around noon on Wednesday, sending swarms of police to campus. Students and staff were put on lockdown, barricading themselves inside classrooms as that terror unfolded. The gunman was killed in a shootout with law enforcement, according to police, but not before taking 3 lives and injuring another. Those victims have not yet been identified. Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman speaking out on this tragedy.
The fear that permeated every one of those children, every one of those professors. It's a very difficult time, and it's time for us, as the adults, enough. It is enough.
This coming more than 24 hours after a deadly gun rampage in the Austin-San Antonio area. A 34-year-old man is charged in connection with that deadly shooting spree that put multiple cities in Texas on high alert. Shane James here is accused of killing 6 victims, including his own parents, and injuring 2 police officers. The shooting spree started early Wednesday morning in Austin when one officer was shot outside of a school. 2 hours later, a double homicide crime scene was discovered. Later that afternoon, a bicyclist was shot, and that night, double homicide scenes were found in Austin and in San Antonio. According to Austin police, the suspect here faces capital murder charges with more charges pending. We'll continue to track both cases for you right here from the Live Center.
9:09 now. Kevin McCarthy has announced he will resign from Congress after being ousted as House Speaker. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, good morning. How is this going to impact the GOP, him leaving?
Well, good morning, Patrice. This, along with George Santos's expulsion, only narrows Republicans' already razor-thin majority. The slim majority also heightens the importance of Republican members being present for votes because it changes the numbers needed to pass a bill. With the current percentage numbers, Republicans can only afford to lose an estimated 3 votes. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene posting to X, formerly known as Twitter, with some dark humor, writing, quote, "Hopefully no one dies," end quote. One of the biggest party line votes could come early this next year with the impeachment of Joe Biden, so that's something to keep a close eye on. And there will also be a special election for George Santos's seat on February 13th. Santos flipped that seat in 2022, so it could very realistically flip back to Democrats. A Republican will likely win McCarthy's seat in a special election whenever that takes place. But Republicans are not done yet. Another Republican, Representative Bill Johnson from Ohio, is set to resign in mid-March to take over as president of Youngstown State University.
So many moving pieces there, Kayla. Let's switch gears. The U.S. military has grounded its entire fleet of Osprey helicopters following the crash that killed 8 service members off the coast of Japan. What do we know about the initial investigation underway?
Well, Patrice, this is very serious. A preliminary investigation of this crash found something went wrong with the aircraft, and not because of a mistake by the crew on board. This grounding will ensure the safety while the military continues their investigation. The crash also raised new questions about the safety of the Osprey helicopters in general. There have been multiple fatal crashes in the aircraft's relatively short time in service. A new report finding the cause of a 2022 crash of the Osprey was due to a problem with the clutch launch. These are pretty unique aircrafts. They take off and land like helicopters, but they can rotate their propellers and cruise fast in the air like airplanes. Japan also has Ospreys, and following this crash, they've decided to ground their entire fleet as well.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you. State lawmakers at odds following a third juvenile crime hearing. Who has more say, DJS or the prosecutors? We're going to have more on that meeting coming up later.
The pretty views of fall leaves may soon turn to winter snow. What you should do to make sure your home is prepared for this season. Well, as the holidays approach and temperatures drop, now is the perfect time to make sure your home is ready for winter and the threat of snow. We have Gavin Scher, president of Scher Companies, here to explain all we need to know about winterizing your home. So, good morning, and thank you so much for being with us.
For having me.
You know, I want to start with why is it important to winterize your home?
Absolutely. With the cold weather here and the holidays upon us, now's the time to get your home ready for winter. There are many things that people can do. They should do a little diligence just to get educated. This way we're maintaining our homes, eliminating bigger problems that could cost a lot of money down the road.
True. So be prepared.
Absolutely.
Save yourself the headache, right?
Yes.
So what is the most important thing?
Great question. So what we could do is go through 3 simple steps. I think that everyone could understand just to do a little more diligence to protect your home, right? So step 1, simply walk outside. Let's locate our hose bibs. Let's disconnect the hoses, bleed the lines, and install these insulating foam covers.
These?
Yeah, and what these are gonna do is they're gonna protect freezing pipes from bursting.
Okay. And where do you get these?
So you can get these at any big box store, Home Depot, Lowe's, you can go on Amazon.
Okay.
And they're really easy to use and they're really effective. And they'll simply just go over the outside of the hose bib on the outside of the house.
Simple enough.
Simple enough.
So you said 3 steps, that's first step, right?
So if I could elaborate a little more on the outside.
Yeah.
What's so important is because the cold weather from the outside to the inside of the house, you also want to look at your gutters, your window wells, your areaway drains. We want to eliminate any debris or leaves clogging this. We want water to flow away from the home. Also with that, let's check our windows and doors. As the cold weather comes in, water, rain, snow, it could penetrate areas between the windows and the house. We want to look for cracked caulking, damaged weather strips, any seal failures.
And this is how you can seal them off if you find them?
A silicone caulk, which will work with expanding and contraction.
Okay, perfect. Duct tape. I've seen people use duct tape before. How does is that an option?
Maybe not so much anymore.
Okay.
The DIY the duct tape.
Okay, so maybe not. Maybe this instead, right? This is the better
great
option.
Yes, and you know, as we get into these details, you know, things can become overwhelming. Just getting a little educated, maybe calling the right team, you know, for example, the shared team to help you. And we can assist through conversation too. I would say step 2, let's go in the house. Let's look at our thermostats. We really want to test the system. We really want to get the heat running, okay? The last thing you want is something to take place in the middle of the night during a party, the holidays, right? Let's not inconvenience ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, what's really important with the system, heating and cooling, we need to make sure that we have a clean air filter, okay? As the cold temperatures come in, your system's going to start working harder. The easier it can flow the air through the system, the more money we're going to save, energy efficiency on the utility bills.
Okay. What about thermostat and setting that?
That's a really good call. So the thermostat, I would keep it simple. You never want to go below 50, 55 degrees. What you want to do is just have a steady conditioning of maybe whatever you're comfortable with. Only 2 to 3 degrees you really want to change throughout. As the system's running, it's just being consistent. It's not working harder to get to a higher temperature if it doesn't have to. So just maintain the comfortable heat and dip it down at night if you'd like to.
Okay. I know we cover a lot of fires in the winter. Do you have any recommendations?
I love this question.
Yeah.
We want to keep our families safe, especially in the winter. So the National Fire Protection Association recommends every time we adjust the clocks, we just hit daylight savings time, you need to replace the batteries in your smoke detectors. It saves lives. It's critical.
Absolutely, Gavin. Thank you so much. Some great tips there that I know we all want to take advantage of. Yes, absolutely. And we, well, I thought we were getting over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. I guess we're sending it back over to tips here, Patrice, right?
Right. So, and we need them. They're timely because, look, we're talking about snow falling yesterday. Now, it's not a lot, but it's enough to say, hey, now's the time to get ready. This was video that James sent in from Abingdon. You see the snow lightly coating the deck there. Heather sent us this picture from Street. That's up north near the Pennsylvania border. Again, more snow. And then Joe sent us this picture from Harford County. Lastly, Aaron sent us a picture from Falston. So thank you all for sending your pictures in this morning. If you are seeing any snowflakes, be sure to chime them in at foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Well, I guess you're not tossing to me, Patrice. I'm just magically appearing over here. Yeah, and we're talking about some snow. Yeah, that we showed you. I mean, you can see the proof is in the video and the pictures there. We appreciate you guys all sending that in, helping us tell the weather story. Lots of cloud cover out there. Some of that snow did accumulate just a little bit, cold enough to. It's just above freezing officially at BWI. We're now at 37, and a lot of us are still hanging out in the 30s. And just a few snow showers for Aberdeen up into parts of Cecil County. So as you head north on 95, up toward Philadelphia this morning, you are potentially going to run into a few more of those flakes kind of flying around. This is all part of a larger system that extends all the way back through central PA and all the way up into central New York as well. So with those showers, they should be ending in the next hour or two and then clearing out. We'll still keep some clouds around through about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We are expecting, however, some blue sky. Mr. Blue Sky, where have you been? Hashtag ELO. I heard that song yesterday, and I was like, all right, this is my jam, because I want to see some blue sky. And I saw it yesterday, and we'll see it a little bit more today. There we go, Reisterstown. You're seeing a little bit of that around here. 41 next hour, and then we'll see those mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So it still will be a chilly day, and if you're doing happy hour in that 5 o'clock hour, we're still hanging out in the 40s. So most of us across Carroll and Baltimore counties staying in the mid to upper 40s for today, even some low 40s out there, below average again. Same thing in Howard and Anne Arundel counties. We're seeing those 40s for you too. 50s though return tomorrow and Saturday. Saturday, even close to 60 on Saturday and 63 on Sunday. Now, it will be mild for the Ravens game, which you can watch right here on Fox 45. But look at all those rain showers on the icons right there. So here's our future scan. The rain will start in the morning, right at game time, kickoff. We're going to see those showers move through. And then the heaviest rain is going to come after the game. Very dynamic system. We could have some thunderstorm activity with this as well. Then that cold air. Look at that line of snow and rain at 11 o'clock Sunday night. That's going to be pushing through. So we may get a few flakes flying behind that system as it moves out of here. But just know there is going to be rain on Sunday. Shout out to Vicky and Bobby Hines. Look at this picture of Oreo. Their sweet little Shih Tzu. The 15-year-old looks like a young Oreo. That's great. I love that, Vicky and Bobby. Thank you again for sending that picture in. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Easiest way to get those pet pics in, and then we'll put them on TV. So tomorrow for our Purple Friday, we're going to be in the upper 50s here, and Saturday close to 60, as I mentioned. But watch what happens next week. Those numbers fall off considerably. Breezy and cooler, highs back into the 40s by next Monday.
Your favorite place to go in the summer has transformed into a winter wonderland. Coming up in our next half hour, we're taking a look at all the holiday happenings at Fredonia.
Looks pretty. And you better not pout, and Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore is telling you why. Coming up in today's hometown hotspot, we are taking you to a little slice of the North Pole right here in Charm City. It is 9:22. You're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
I heard that singing. Got a good voice.
It comes out every now and then.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
$9.25 from bacon to drinks. Wonder if they have a bacon drink.
I think we'll find out. We are talking with vendors Ezra Allen and JD with how they're part of the Christmas Village. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So JD, let's start with you. You own JD's House of Bacon. Why bacon at Christmas? And that looks delicious, by the way.
Oh, I thank you. I appreciate it. Well, it's an authentic Central European product. Comes out of Hungary, so it fits right in here, and it's unique, and it's Baltimore's own. Since 2011, I started this when I was the chef of the Orioles, and got so popular I just went out on my own. 6 years now in business, and definitely one of the best treats here at the Baltimore Christmas Village.
We've had that on the show in the past, and yes, oh my gosh,
yes.
The whole building comes down.
Yeah, I still think about it to this day.
For that, my gosh. All right, so Ezra, talk about what you have going on for the Christmas Village.
Hey, what's going on? So we have some cocktails and mocktails for the holiday. Today we're going to feature our cranberry rosemary fizz. It's a big hit every year, and we're going to make a cocktail for you.
Okay.
I mean, not for you right now, but.
Oh, well, darn. I was excited for a minute. So show us what you're making.
Well,
and then, I mean, is there a collaboration with bacon and cocktails? What can we whip up there?
I guess. I don't know. I guess we have to figure that out right now, right?
I think we can make that work.
So I'm not sure. Well, we're going to find out.
Maybe not
so
the
cranberry, rosemary.
That's
maybe
pretty.
more of like a Bloody Mary type of situation.
Nah.
Yeah, he said nah.
And we're going to hand that off. A little bit of club soda or ginger beer. And it goes with bacon.
And listen, everything goes with bacon for bacon lovers, right?
That is true, yes.
All of this is at the Christmas Village, which is what makes the Christmas Village so fun. Guys, thank you for that. We appreciate it. If you want to get down there, try it all out. All the information's on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. It is a cold one this morning with warmer temperatures expected tomorrow. But could rain cover the Ravens this Sunday? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next weather maker in his forecast after the break.
After several hearings, we're still waiting to see if any changes will be made to the current juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we press state lawmakers on their search for solutions. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, looking live right now at our Fox 45 Christmas tree. Under the tree, tons of great gifts that you can take home. Just wait for the number to pop up and you be the 10th caller. Good luck. Countdown to Christmas happening again.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 9:31, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, with a lot of gifts under there. We had some baked goods in the kitchen earlier. We're keeping your house warm. We're doing a lot today around here.
It feels like it. It's very festive.
And did I just hear bacon on a stick?
You did. They're at the Christmas Village. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, they've been in studio before. Remember when they brought their bacon on a stick? And everybody just,
I like that raclette thing they have out there where they shave that cheese and it's all hot. I hope that's there again this year. I haven't seen that yet, but that would be real nice. So let's take a look outside right now, see what's going on. Yeah, we're in the holiday spirit weather-wise. Mother Nature finally complying and giving us some colder air and even some light snow. This is the Towson traffic circle, kind of zoomed in right there. You can see all of those leaves are off those trees now. 20s, 30s, a few lower 40s here and there. Cumberland at 40, but 37 in Hagerstown, 36 Westminster. Baltimore, you're at 37 right now. On your day planner, mid to upper 40s here over the next couple of hours, and basically upper 40s is about all we're going to get to today. Not as windy this afternoon. We should see some more sun later in the day, but look at that tomorrow, 57 and almost 60 on Saturday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Well, 9:32 is the time now, and this morning, as lawmakers are at odds over youth crime laws, Fox 45 News has the fallout from the third juvenile justice hearing that was held in Annapolis.
Tuesday's hearing was likely the last chance for state leaders to come up with a juvenile crime plan before the session begins in January.
Olivia Dance joining us live with how Fox 45 News continues pressing your state lawmakers for the search for solutions. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the House Judiciary Committee has already heard from police, prosecutors, the Department of Juvenile Services, and more. But we're still waiting to see if state lawmakers have any actual plans to make changes to the current juvenile justice laws.
We have the pieces from these three hearings to start to put together the legislation. And I think we'll be looking at issues related to probation, the length of time people are on probation, and a couple of the other issues.
So we'll be releasing stuff before, at the beginning of session.
It's still unclear exactly what those plans will be, but one thing that's garnering support from both sides of the political aisle, at least in the House, is accurate data about juvenile crime, especially when Vincent Schiraldi, the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, touts declining data.
I know that that's hard for people to swallow if they're one of the people whose cars that were stolen, but I don't think that's typical of what's happened with kids under 13. And I think the data shows that the kids under 13 are actually doing better now than they were before the law changed.
There are some questions as to, how much juvenile crime do we have? Depending on who you talk to, you have a lot of different ways of looking at it.
The Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime is down 66%. That is absolutely false. It might be down from their point of view, but it doesn't mean the real legitimate juvenile crime is happening.
When we asked Senate President Bill Ferguson about how he plans to address concerns when it comes to the transparency within DJS, we weren't given a direct answer. So while they debate data, the frontline prosecutors on the ground are seeing the impact of juvenile crime. And those prosecutors from all around the state have voiced concerns about kids committing crimes and not being held accountable. Also, some lawmakers are calling for more resources for DJS, but again, nothing is finalized just yet. And it's starting to come down to who will the lawmakers listen to, the prosecutors or DJS. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
On the heels of the juvenile crime hearing in Annapolis, Baltimore police have arrested 4 teens, 14 and 15-year-olds for carjacking in West Baltimore, just south of the Druid Hill Park. Police say the 4 teens were using a rideshare service when they got out of the car and assaulted the driver before then stealing his car. The 4 teens were taken to Baltimore's juvenile justice facility. Police were able to find the victim's car.
Baltimore City leaders are unveiling a new license plate reader system, which will provide real-time data to help police catch carjacking, robbery, and other suspects in South Baltimore.
This is the definition of community policing. When you have a community who has identified what their issues are and has went out and initiated, advocated, and also collaborated with us.
Today we're celebrating license plate readers. We have cameras being installed in the southeast. We have better lighting happening downtown. We know that these community-based efforts, these infrastructure building initiatives, make a difference in creating a place where crime is less accessible and less possible.
City prosecutors say the license plate readers will help them build stronger cases against accused thieves and carjackers, which may lead to some more convictions. 9:36, and Israel's prime minister highlighting a symbolic victory this morning after their military says they broke through Hamas defense lines.
Let's get straight over to Shannon Lilly in the Live Center with a closer look at the significance of this and current conditions in Gaza. Shannon.
Yeah, right now, taking a live look over Gaza, you can see the smoke billowing from the ground there. There are reports of clashes and Israeli strikes continuing in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza, where this breach of Hamas's defense lines took place. Now, the Israeli military surrounded the home of one of the group's key leaders. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu calling this a symbolic victory, and here's why.
Last night I said that our forces can reach anywhere in the Gaza Strip. Now they encircled Sinwar's house. His house is not his fortress, and he can escape, but it's only a matter of time until we get him.
Netanyahu is vowing the Palestinian Authority will not gain power of Gaza as long as he is prime minister. Meanwhile, Israel is approving an increase in the amount of fuel allowed to enter Gaza. 80 aid trucks went into the war-torn region yesterday. This as international calls continue to grow to help the civilians who are suffering and experiencing alarming levels of hunger, according to the UN. We are keeping an eye out for any new developments in the Middle East this morning, and any new details we'll bring you right here in our Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Republican presidential hopefuls took to the debate stage again last night, how they were addressing the most pressing issues facing the nation. That's coming up after the break.
(9:40) Today marks Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. On December 7th, 1941, 2,400 service members and civilians lost their lives in the 2-hour air raid by Japanese forces on the U.S. naval base in Hawaii.
Now, the sneak attack shook America's confidence and pulled the country into World War II. Congress designated December 7th as National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day in 1994. Today marks 82 years since the attack on Pearl Harbor.
would be happy to, and I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Last night, well, Republican presidential hopefuls went head-to-head in their fourth debate as the primary race narrows.
This is the last debate before voters cast the first ballots in next month's Iowa caucus. The candidates, minus former President Donald Trump, tackled issues like the Israel-Hamas war and migrants at the southern border.
If they had a plan which showed me that we could get them out safely, you're damn right I'd send the American Army in there to get our people home and get them home now.
We need to build a wall across the southern border. I'll get it done.
With the exception of Governor Chris Christie, none of the candidates harshly criticized President Trump.
Can you believe it? Moulin Rouge is coming to Baltimore. After the break, we're going to speak with two of the leading actors about the fantastic performances that you'll see.
Well, get your phones ready. We have our next Countdown to Christmas giveaway just after the break. Stay tuned for your chance to call in and win big. And you don't want to miss what's coming up in our couch. There we go.
Woo,
yes.
Yay!
We'll be hanging out with some lovables here in just a little bit.
That's exciting. $9.44 from castles to gingerbread houses to tubing. The holiday destination is Padonia this year. President of Padonia, Matt Musgrove, is joining us this morning with everything they have going on. And there seems like so much. And I love that they're part of the excitement and the festivity. Will
Absolutely.
we see them there?
Oh, they will be there for sure. Absolutely.
All right, so give me a rundown. What do you all have?
It's a big
everything.
List. Absolutely. Giant gingerbread house. A half
But
mile.
wait a minute, is it real?
Absolutely. It takes about a month to make. Our chef's been working on this for over a month, her and her team. So.
But it's a real ginger. You can walk through it, or is it a display?
It's a display, and inside this is a store where we sell gingerbread people and other treats like that.
That is awesome. And you said it takes a month to make.
Yes,
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right. And so tubing, but there's no snow yet. So how do you do
so
that?
We have magical snow.
Magical snow.
So if you don't want to go tubing, we also have magical snow falling from the sky. But we have two tubing experiences, one big hill and then one large inflatable as well. So
oh my goodness. Yeah. And there's a castle and excitement and lightings.
Yes, we have our tree lighting every night, and we light the castle as well. And then every night we also have a show at the castle, big holiday show with your favorite musical hits and so forth.
Oh, that is so much fun. And then Because there's more.
Oh, yes,
'Cause
absolutely.
There's a trail through the
Yes,
woods. I mean,
so a half-mile walk in the woods with characters and
okay,
lights
so not
and
scary
decor.
then.
No, not scary at all. No, it's a fun experience and great for Instagram photos as well. So great family photos. Get your holiday card there too.
oh my gosh, that sounds like a ball. All right, so when does it happen? Do you have to get tickets? Do you just show up? How's it work?
Yeah, so we're open on weekends. Our first night is tomorrow night. For your viewers, we have a special coupon code. FOX45 is the coupon code, and they get 20% off.
Awesome.
Yep, so do that. And
this is the opening weekend.
It is.
Oh, that's
First
so
night
much
tomorrow.
fun. Okay, so
Yeah.
then it's this weekend, next weekend, and then the weekend right before Christmas.
Correct. It ends on the 23rd, so it's 7 nights only, so make sure you get it in. So,
All right. Oh, yeah, definitely. Padonia, thank you so much.
No, thank
you
you.
guys. Happy holidays. Bring in the cheer. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got the forecast. Aren't you festive now, Justin?
Yeah, absolutely. I like to think that I bring some cheer to the show and to your mornings every weekday morning and sometimes on the weekends. Yeah, I'll be here this Saturday if you want to hang out with me. All right, here's a look at our live cam over downtown Baltimore. And we are seeing that cloud cover out there. But if you notice out toward the eastern shore and some of the water shots right there for the inner harbor, the sun trying to break through. Now, as we get into the next couple of hours, this light snow activity that's been kind of hanging out to the north and to the east of us is going to continue to move out of here. So that is going to be the drier air that is working in. But once you go north on 95, you actually may run into a few more of those snow showers up toward Philly, Allentown, Scranton, all the way up into central New York at this time. And, you know, we haven't had much snow at all. Now, just because we've had a couple of weak little systems that have come through doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have a big old storm or a heavy snow season. But some of the models leaning toward potentially seeing some snow in early January. So we'll keep our eyes on that as we always do. Our hourly future scan. So this system moving out of here. Notice as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, still some cloud cover hanging down, but finally seeing more of those clouds erode and actually some drier air working in behind that for the afternoon. So should see that sunset with no problem. And our sunrise tomorrow should be glorious because we're actually going to see some warmer temperatures. So golfers hitting the links on our forecast, 37 this hour, but mid-40s by noon. Probably the best day to get out there on the links, but at least you won't have to deal with the wind. And then I'm telling you, Friday and Saturday are going to be great days for golfing, for anything you want to do outdoors because we'll have some nice temperatures. Now, low to mid and upper 40s here across central Maryland for your high temps today, and lower 40s for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. in the mid to upper 40s. Checking our temperature tracker, you can see that steady climb, upper 50s and even some lower 60s on Sunday. Even though we have to deal with rain on Sunday afternoon, we're going to have some mild air, but that warmer air is actually going to be impacting us, potentially bringing us some thunderstorms. So this is 1 o'clock kickoff for the Ravens game on Sunday, and then as we get into Sunday afternoon and evening, look at that heavy rain. Could hear some thunder in there and some embedded thunderstorms that will be possible. 7-day forecast looks like this: 40s and 50s and 60s, but cooler and drier next week.
Well, thank you, Justin. And get in the holiday spirit by winning $100 or $5,000. I'll take the $5,000. All you have to do, though, is scan the QR code right there on your screen, play our daily holiday trivia question every day, Monday through Thursday. You could win a $100 Visa e-gift card. And then you'll be in the running to win the weekly national prize of $5,000. Scan the QR code and try your luck at the holiday trivia. John Cisna was Wednesday's holiday trivia winner. Good job, John.
All right, well, another winner coming up this time in our countdown to Christmas, because it's time to open our next gift in our countdown to Christmas giveaway. I'll do this side.
Grabbing a size right here. Once we open this up, we'll let you know exactly what it is. You can see it for yourself.
Watchitude.
And then, yeah.
Watchitude.
Wait a second. You ready? All right, there we go.
I was going to use a pen.
Oh, look, it looks like some kind of gift bag.
Your
Oh, I know
knuckles,
what
all
it
right?
is. Yeah.
Oh, you really need some.
There you go.
There we go.
We got to use
scissors out here.
At least less tape.
Oh, I need this thing.
Oh, this is great. Look at this.
Yeah.
This is what and there's one other thing in there.
Oh, okay.
This is a 3-piece set, and it's obviously yours from AAA. As you can see this, if you're driving around, AAA gift pack and a 1-year membership. That's not bad. There's a 1-year membership. You'll get a travel tote, an umbrella, coffee mug, an emergency road kit that you have in here. Oh, there's a blanket in here. Any donuts in here? Any candy?
There's no donuts, but look at that. This road kit is awesome.
You have flares in there?
Yeah, you got flares, you have cables, you have all kinds of stuff. 42 pieces worth of stuff in there.
How many flares? I always wanted to set out a flare. You know, put them out on the highway.
All of this, $190 through AAA. So.
And there's flares.
All right, now's the time to call. The number's on your screen. What's in there?
There's a couple flares in here.
Flares, all right. 410-469-8308.
Screwdriver.
Caller 10
Shop cloth.
gets to take the flares and everything else home.
Antiseptic towelettes, bandages. Wow, what are you guys doing? It's a lot of
Well, if you have the
first aid
flares,
kit
you
right
need
there.
the bandage.
It's true. All right, now we need to find out exactly. Justin, you're back over to the couch hanging out with somebody that you're going to be seeing this weekend.
Yeah, take the flares away from him, Patrice, right now. Why does my heart cry from Moulin Rouge, right? The Can happening here in Baltimore at the Hippodrome. It is a show that you do not want to miss. I'm very excited. I was talking to my friends here that I'm a Moulin Rouge virgin. I have not seen the show, and I'm seeing it tomorrow night. So joining us this morning, playing Toulouse, right? Nick, Rashad Burrows, and we also have Santiago here, and that is Danny. Roll it up, please. Danny Burgos, right?
Yes.
Danny, good morning. And Nick, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
So tell us a little bit about your characters you guys are playing. This is a great show, obviously from the movie back in 2001, but it's been on Broadway. So talk a little bit about it, Nick.
Well, I play Toulouse-Lautrec, and Santiago, we're the Bohemians, and we are the people that guide a character named Christian through a story of love, and he's an American guy coming into Paris and having this adventure that he knows nothing about, and we bring him on a really crazy journey.
The Bohemians, right? Because Christian's song is the one that a lot of people like, Roxanne, right? And then that was the line. I had to learn from my 20-year-old producer over there who was like, okay, this is cool. Now, why are you guys excited? What's exciting for the show for you there, Danny?
I mean, what my director says to us collectively all the time is the Bohemians are the ones that bring the party. And Nick and I always say it right before we walk on for the opening number. We're like, here we go. We're about to get shot out of a cannon, you know, and we come out to like burning down the house, and it's this big, rambunctious number full of lights and sound, and it's really just incredible. We like hook you from the get.
I'm getting so amped up. You guys started here Tuesday. You're touring, and you'll be here all the way, I believe, through the 17th. Is that right?
17th at the Hippodrome.
At the Hippodrome. It's a great place to perform. You both performed in Baltimore. You live in New York now. Where do you go from Baltimore? Do you guys go around different parts of the country next?
Yeah, our next stop is actually Providence.
Rhode Island.
All right, yeah, Providence, whatever.
Yeah, but it's Baltimore. We're doing it in Baltimore.
We're doing it big in Baltimore. Now, the only thing, again, before you guys came in, I was like, oh, I've heard that one Lady Marmalade song. Do they even have that song at the end, or no?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't want to give too much away, but there are a lot of incredible pop songs that that will make you go as you're watching, no, they did not do that. No, did they do that song? And because it's so many fans come from the movie, and the movie is based off of a lot of pop songs from that time made into this iconic story. And so now we switch those to songs that you might know today, songs like by Beyonce or Rihanna.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. All right, Nick, Danny, thank you very much. Look, I'm going to be kind of waving at you. I don't want you to break character, but maybe you can say hi to me tomorrow night in the show.
Please do.
A lot of stuff. A lot of fun. All right, guys, at the Hippodrome, thank you very much. Moulin Rouge, 10-day forecast, Sweet Old Lady Marmalade. We're going to do that for you coming up after the break. Marmalade. I want to like hum a song from the show, but I'm literally I put it in my playlist when I drive home, so I'm going to listen to it on the way home.
Oh, that's fun.
All right, 40s today, 50s here. Look, guys, Friday and Saturday going to be some really nice days. Sunday, rainy, and then next week we're right back to the breezy and cold temperatures. But 50s here overall, not too bad. I know a lot of folks excited. They want a whole bunch more snow, you know, to go along with the thing. And Monument Tree Line is going to be cold tonight.
It's going to be fun
Bundle up.
though. So
Yeah,
come on
lot of
down
fun.
to the Washington.